The meeting is now started. The time is 6:31. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Mayor Gore,
Here.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Here.
Council Randolph. Here. Councilor Holloway, Councilor Parton,
Here.
Councilor Denton,
Here.
Councilor Pell.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for joining us this evening. We have a work session before our regular meeting, and those usually begin at 6:30 and they run for an hour until 7:30. So we'd like to have a motion to amend or adopt the work session agenda, please.
I move that we adopt the work session agenda.
Second.
Thank you. The motion has been made by Councilor Parton, second by Councilor Denton to approve the work session agenda. Is there any discussion? There are no lights. Roll call, please.
Councilor Parton,
Yes.
Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Denton,
Yes.
Councilor Pelham, Vice Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Councilor Randolph.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I'm looking at the screen for the work session. Thank you. First item that we have in a work session is WS1 conditional use permit for 106 North Main Street. Director Griffin.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor Bennett, and all members of City Council. The city has received a request from Mark Mueller. He's the owner of 106 Main Street for a conditional use permit. He would like to allow apartments on the first floor in the downtown business district. This is known as our B1 district. And also to allow apartments on the second floor when the average square footage of the apartments is less than 900 square feet. Tonight, we're actually going to, before I jump into that, we're going to look at three different planning applications, and the first one is 106. This is located again in our B1 district. It's in Ward 1. It is a older apartment building that, older business that Mr. Mueller would like to make into apartments. The first floor apartments would have a square footage average of 809 square feet. Apartment 1 would be 871, and apartment 2, 742. The second floor would have an average square footage between all 5 of the apartments of 753 square feet. He's requesting a conditional use permit because the B1 district does not allow apartments on the first floor and does not allow apartments on the second floor without a conditional use permit if the average of those square footages is going to be less than 900. So he's really requesting two different things from you today. At the Planning Commission meeting, which was January 16th of this year, the Planning Commission recommended denial of the first floor apartments. I do have a commissioner here tonight, Ms. Cassandra Vanderkuyt, and also Mr. Elide should be making an appearance sometime tonight. He is the chairman, and they are happy to answer questions, but I can tell you the thought process was that the denial of the first floor was because they wanted to keep the first floor as commercial. And also there were some issues with the adjacent property owners who I'm not sure if they're here tonight, but we did invite them to the work session, letting them know that they couldn't speak unless you allowed them to. But some of the issues with the adjacent property owners was parking. They had a question about where Mr. Mueller would provide parking for his tenants. We did let them know that the B1 district does not have off-street parking requirements. However, Mr. Mueller did go to the John Randolph Foundation, and he is leasing 10 spaces from them. So he has taken care of the parking question that was asked by the adjacent property owners. The second issue they had is that they have a common area beside their property, and they were afraid that that common area may be used may be used by pets if Mr. Mueller allowed pets in the apartments. He is not going to allow any pets in the apartment, so that issue is also no longer on the table. Other issues that the adjacent property owners had is that when they purchased their properties, they were required to provide off-street parking. That is a separate parking area for their business. That changed years ago, and you no longer have B1 requirements for parking. So that has changed, and we've let them know that. And they understand, but they still think that that is an issue. So, again, the Planning Commission at their meeting on January 16th denied the first floor apartments, but approved the second floor apartments. So in total, the Planning Commission recommended the 5 apartments on the second floor. Are there any questions about 106 North Main? And again, Mr. Mueller is here in the audience if you have any questions for him or want to get clarification on anything that I said.
Tonight, we're gonna be voting on this, correct?
No, this is just a work session, and we have to advertise a public hearing. And so, because I wasn't sure what you all would want to do here, you have to set the public hearing, so that public hearing should be set for your first meeting in March in order to meet the 2-week requirement by the state.
Okay. Just want to verify before we open the floor for questions. Counselor Pelham?
Yes. Why do you place the average square footage is 900 and each apartment, nothing is over 800?
No, I said the average square footage is under 900.
Okay, wouldn't this be more appropriate to say that it's 800? I mean, because they are small.
Yes, so in the B1 district, it says that if you have apartments on the second floor, you can have them by right if the average is over 900. Their average is less than 900, which is why they're requesting a conditional use permit.
Okay, so you said it's a baseline.
Yes.
And the 5 apartments are all, which one's upstairs out of the 5? The 2 that the commissioners didn't approve?
The 2 the commissioners did not approve was the apartment 1 for 871 square feet and apartment 2 for 742. The commission approved the apartment for 704, 710, 779, 791, and 784.
And when you write this contract, when you say average, that bothers me that you want, is the actual requirement when they start building, we say under 900, so could they go below 700? And we approve this for under 900, even though he says these apartments gonna be 700 to 784. Can they actually go under those numbers if we gonna vote on it to say under 900? There's no minimum that you can
No,
go.
they gave them,
Who is they?
the planning commission approved exactly what is on the screen here.
Okay, but how are we gonna word it to make sure that they don't even go in, because this order is not, I mean, whatever we approve, they can actually go under if you don't set a minimum amount.
You can set those parameters in the conditions. The city council can set those
And the
parameters.
commissioners didn't consider that.
They did not at the time, no.
Right.
From my
So we need to do that.
Okay. Not less than 740? Okay.
I know, but it needs to be in writing, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Counselor Pelham, are you done with the floor?
Right now I am, yes.
Counselor Denton?
Ms. Griffin, has there been a study showing the need for apartments in the city of Hopewell? Do we know with Fremont just opening up and with Peter Francisco Landing getting ready to start, with the apartments all around, do we know there is still a need for this?
I was actually going to ask Mr. Dana come up. He was involved with the study that was done for downtown.
We had, Madam Mayor, members of council, Ms. Denton, we had a housing study done 3-4 years ago. And it looked at housing in all stocks, whether it's single family or apartments, or et cetera, and identified some definitive needs. One of the needs was that there was a capacity for at least 600 more apartments in Hopewell because of the number of people we're losing to other areas as they grow old enough to rent their own place. They're moving to other areas. Those 600 apartments would retain them here. It also identified some single-family home sizes and price ranges that we needed as well. And some of that's been met with Parkland Point and Cameron's. So yes, there's been a study done, and there's a definitive need for at least 600 apartments. And that study was done by an independent third-party person from the Tidewater area. It wasn't just, a local determination.
So how are we at this point with the apartments that have just been completed downtown? And with Francisco Landing and with other apartments? Where do we stand at this point?
If Francisco Landing was built out totally in both phases, which is a 8 or 9 or 10-year build out, and by then the demand may change, because once you start generating a product that people want to come to, the demand may be greater. But even if it didn't, if the demand stayed exactly where it was, when that's built out entirely and add Freedman Point into it and a couple of other apartments here or there that were added, not many, but there were a few, then we're somewhere around 500, 520 apartments. So we're still 80 apartments below the 600 that was projected 3 years ago.
Okay. I guess I'm just worried about putting more apartments in downtown where you'd have shopping. We've had some experiences with that, and it hasn't worked out completely. So I'm just a little leery about that.
Well, I will tell you, every national study or trend or the industry standard is that to make your downtown successful, you create rooftops, you create people living there, and that will drive activity up in those areas, and it will feed more people into the shopping, the stores, the retail stores, the restaurants, the bars, the Beacon Theater, the library. It'll drive people into those places, and it'll generate the need for even more retail, because the number of people will create a demand that doesn't exist right now. So it's actually, if it does anything, it affects the downtown in a positive fashion in almost any case you can find across the country. That's what would happen. It wouldn't have a negative impact.
But in most of those places, isn't it true that the retail is usually on ground level and their apartments are over top?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
In very many cases, you would see, and that's what our B1 calls for generally, but, I guess there are always exceptions, and that's why we allow council to make those exceptions when they see fit. There may be exceptions because of the building, the way the building is laid out, or whatever it may be. There may be exceptions to that, but generally we like retail on the bottom level and apartments above. That's our standard in downtown. It's mixed use.
Okay.
I failed to say that this is a mixed-use building, so the majority of the bottom floor is offices.
It's
The rear,
retail.
yes, is retail, well, or offices. The rear would be where he is proposing to have 2 apartments in the first floor rear of the building. Again, that is what the planning commission has recommended denial, but this is a mixed-use building.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you,
Councilor Denton,
Mr. Day. That's great.
We done with the floor?
Up there.
City manager?
Oh, I was gonna clarify earlier.
Does anyone else have any comments or questions? Councilor Parton?
So looking here at these apartments, it looks like each one is going to be 1 bed, 1 bath. Is that correct? So I guess, my question then is going to be, kind of going back to what Councilor Denton said, is the parking aspect. If you look at, most families, I'd assume, this is either going to be either singles, individuals living in there, or it's going to be married couples living in there. So you budget for 2 cars per apartment, which, if you've leased 10 from the John Randolph Foundation, there's still 4 that, at least in my mind, needs to be accounted for. And I think we're going, just like Councilor Denton said, I think we're going to get to the point where parking is going to start becoming a big issue with the parking lot over there for SunTrust, the parking lot for events when the John Randolph Foundation has them, events for, Beacon Theater, also for, if these apartments come into play and we go through phase 3, with the Francisco Landing. I mean, we still haven't figured out that parking issue itself. So I think we really need to look at parking on there and try to find some way that these apartments can address, this parking issue. And, okay, go ahead.
I just wanted to clarify one thing for you and for council. Phase 2 of Francisco Landing cannot occur until y'all do agree to a parking plan. So they're not gonna be able to build them and create a parking issue. We will, by the time they get to the first 2 buildings of phase 1, before they can build the 3rd building, they have to come back with a development plan on what phase 2 looks like and what the parking issues, how they're gonna resolve any potential parking issues. So we'll be able to address that at that time, or they wouldn't be able to build the apartments. That's in the development agreement and in the approval that council gave last year when we first approved the project. So I just want to make sure you knew that you do control that parking issue.
Okay. And then, my next question is, what's the average rent going to be on these apartments?
So, to clarify, I've also spoken with George Dyerdor about
Okay.
more parking as well. And I do not feel that that's gonna be an issue. There's also 3 spots directly behind the building. Call it two spots directly behind the building, as well as 3 or 4 out front on the street. Rents, I'm hoping to be in the $850 to $900 range for 1 bedroom, so it's not a discounted rent or, I want to get full market rent for these apartments. I also have I didn't get it until late today, but it's a revised floor plan. If anybody is interested in seeing that, it shows, again, the square footage minimum that was recommended, I think, by Planning Commission of 740, not to be less than 740 square feet. And they are all basically 1 bedroom, downtown, like an urban apartment. They're not gonna be families. We're not gonna be marketing to kids or people with kids. It's gonna be basically single adults, to which you said a second ago.
Okay. Yeah, can you give the new floor plans to the
Yeah.
clerk?
Yeah.
Sure.
Clerk can get the floor plan. And she can hold them. She'll distribute them to council after the meeting for everyone to have.
Councilor Parton, I did want to bring your attention to page 7 of the staff report. It gives a breakdown. Of course, the B1 zoning district does not have parking requirements, but if we use the parking requirements for all other districts, we provided you with that information. So for the apartments, you would actually need a total of 8 residential units, 1 for each 1 bedroom plus 1 for handicap accessibility. And then for the office, 1 space for each 300 square feet or 2 for each 300. So you would actually need, if there are parking requirements for downtown, 15 spaces. He's provided 10 through the lease. He has 2 in the back. So that would leave a deficit of 3, which is why he made the comment about parking on the street.
But I
So
mean,
in-
that's public property.
It is, I'm
I
just.
mean, I don't think that, that should be taken into consideration. I mean,
Okay.
I could go and park my car there.
That's true. My point is that if you have residential, for his residential spaces, it's required for 8 spaces. He's providing 10 for the residential. And then he is providing 2 additional for the, 6 spaces that he needs for the office, if he was in a district that required parking.
Because then my next question is gonna be, is if we end up having, retail space down there, I mean, where are the customers gonna park?
He is, from my understanding, these are gonna be offices. Mr. Mueller, you can speak to that.
So the idea would be to have a good tenant downstairs, regardless whether it be an office, a storefront, a coffee shop, whatever it may be. This building, where it's at, I understand your concern about parking, but at the end of the day, we're trying to create a downtown environment, and I don't care where you go with any downtown environment, parking is an issue. Go to Carytown, anywhere, go to downtown Petersburg, anywhere you go, that to some degree is an issue. And I think you hedge that by trying to find enough for the people above, which I believe I've handled that. The downstairs, or the commercial buildings downstairs are, somebody have to park, if they have to park 3 blocks, a block or so away, I don't think that's unreasonable. I think most people come into a downtown business kind of expect that.
Okay, I think, what you just said, just really highlights the concern that I have is, if we know Carytown has this problem, if we know that Petersburg has this problem, and all these other downtowns have this problem, then at least you know how my mind works. If we know this is gonna be a problem right off to the get-go.
With all due respect, you are calling that a problem. If I go to Carytown, I don't mind walking a block to go somewhere that I want to go. I kind of expect that when we go downtown.
Well, that would just have to be a philosophical disagreement then.
Okay, that's fine.
That's all that I have.
Thank you, Counselor Pond.
No, never mind.
Counselor Randolph?
My understanding is that planning, and I want to get a nod to make sure, has approved this plan for second floor apartments only, which reduces the number of spaces that he would need for parking, and is probably going to be the only way that I'm going to approve this, is to go along with what planning said at this point in time. So my understanding is that it would give 5 apartments only at this point in time.
That's correct.
Okay, and he would still need the parking spaces for the office that he has, but would not need overall as many spaces for the residential portion, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so.
How many is it?
I'm sorry?
Yeah,
Oh,
sir, how
sorry. So, if we ask for a public hearing, we can delineate what we're going to have as a public hearing and agree to what we need to have it be and the parameters set forth for that public hearing. And that is my suggestion, is that we abide by what planning did and their approval and simply use those guidelines for what we move forward on with the public hearing. Thank you.
So, Councilor Randolph, your question, he would need 6 parking spaces for the 5,
Thank you, Ms. Griffin.
That's all.
for the apartments.
Is that what you had your light on for?
I did. And I also had a question as far as, but I agree we should have a public hearing, but I don't think we should change the dynamics of any of this, so that just in case the public has a view on the extra 2 apartments, we'll be able to hear their views and not give them that option to comment on it, because they may tell us something that will work. So I think we should leave it just like it is and go forward with the public hearing.
Yes, ma'am.
But I really think you should specify exactly what these square footages should be. Under 900 is different from 740. I know it's under 900, but it just bothered me that we don't.
We can change the wording so it's more
Yeah,
easier to
matches
understand.
what he's actually presenting.
Are there any other questions for work session 1? There are no lights. We're gonna move on to work session item number 2, conditional use permit for 804 Kenwood Avenue.
Yes, this is for 804 Kenwood Avenue. Hyatt Properties is requesting a conditional use permit to be able to use an accessory dwelling as an accessory apartment. If you go to 804 Kenwood Avenue, it'll actually say 804A, 804B. That was something that was done by a previous owner. In the city, we provide addresses by parcel number. A parcel has one address and one parcel number. So the 804 Kenwood is the official address, even though there are 2 dwellings on this property. The property owner, again, is requesting to use the rear dwelling as an accessory apartment. And this property is in Ward 7. It is zoned R2, Residential Medium Density District. And Section H of Article 9 says that in order to have an accessory apartment, you must certify that the apartment is going to be occupied by a related family member 55 years of age or older or handicapped. The owner must also, upon the vacation or upon that family member leaving, has to state that they will not use that residence as a rental, but would no longer use it if they cannot find another family member to meet those same criteria. And they must also provide off-street parking. In looking at the application, at first, the applicant was not able to provide certification of a family member. I've since spoken to her, and I believe tonight she does have some documentation saying that she will have a family member there. At the Planning Commission, she did not have this, so therefore the Planning Commission recommended denial because she was not meeting the base conditions of the conditional use permit. And I haven't had a chance to speak with her, but she is here, and I believe she has that certification at this time. Are there any questions for me before she comes up and talks about her certification?
Yes, Director Griffin, we have a couple of lights, and I asked her to hold until council and just for her to come up. Council Randolph and then Vice Mayor Bennett.
My understanding of this is that the real estate agent cannot or was not able at the time to verify that a family member because she didn't have a buyer. What's changed is that the potential buyer for this property now has a family member that they think is going to live there?
No,
Okay.
the person that gave us the application is the property owner.
Okay,
She purchased the property thinking that she would be able to have two different dwellings.
Right.
That is not allowed currently in the zoning. It was not grandfathered because a non-conforming use can only be vacant for less than 2 years. This was vacant for more than 2 years. The non-conformity went away. The grandfathering went away. This now is a non-conforming use, and it only can be used, the first dwelling, for a family, a single family. The second dwelling, actually, if not an accessory apartment, can simply be a shed or some accessory use, but not an apartment, without this conditional use permit.
thank you.
You have another light on for. No, I'm after you, so do you want to skip your turn, so let the next person go? All right, Ms. Palm? Councilor Palm?
Can you explain number 4 under H1? Under 4, under H for me?
City council may impose.
Yes.
So it says city
The
council.
bond issue, what is that?
Okay.
I mean, who has to do that?
The city council can require a bond to ensure that the property owner meets the conditions that you pose.
Okay.
So city council has the authority to do that.
Put the
Yes, ma'am.
parameters up, that's one of them, okay,
Yes, ma'am.
thank you.
I believe some members of council would like to hear from the applicant regarding the certification.
Emailed it yesterday. Yeah. Like, this is, you want me to get a copy of what I got?
You can just tell them.
Oh, okay. So that's good. Okay, I first was gonna, try to resell the property, but, I found someone who will do a lease with the option to purchase later. And I have a certification saying it's a mother and daughter. So the daughter will occupy the main residence and the mom will occupy the accessory apartment. And I have notarized letter of certification. I have a copy of the lease, and I also have notarized certification for myself, representing Hyatt Properties, saying that if they vacate or the family member vacate the property, and I certify that I will. The only time they can be occupied is by another family member. So, I have written certification from the leaseor and that they will occupy the property, and certification from the person, the mom, she's over 55, that she'll occupy the accessory apartment.
Does anyone on council have any questions for the applicant while she's at the podium? Thank you very much. There are
Well, who gets to monitor the, how in the world is the city gonna monitor a family relationship in an apartment? I mean, whoever put that in an ordinance must be crazy.
Excuse me, Councilor Pelham, before we move on, did you have a question for the applicant before she can sit down, or is this for Director
Then I
Griffin?
was- So you'll keep, how will you plan to ensure that that certification is valid for the lease every year?
It
You will
has
have
to be
reset-
renewed yearly. It's a
Okay.
yearly renewal. So right now I have the certified that is all three of us, by the mom, the daughter, and myself.
So every year
Notarized
you
copy.
do,
Every year I have
it's
to
validated,
apply
okay.
for renewal. So, you know, this we can't guarantee that everything.
Yeah, but I
happens,
understand.
but we have the written certification and notarized.
Thank you.
And ma'am, I'm sorry, your last name is Hyatt?
Hyatt, yes.
I'm sorry, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Vice Mayor Bennett did have a question for you as well, Ms. Hyatt.
Hi, Ms. Hyatt.
Oh,
Yes,
sorry.
I do have a question. You mentioned that this home will be leased to own? Is that what?
I give them the option if they want to purchase it later. If you know, that's an option that if they sometimes they rent and they said they might want to purchase it later, but I mean that's an option that they have.
Is it appropriate to ask the ages? Because I know they have this certification. Is it appropriate?
If you would like to, that's fine.
What are the ages of the daughter and the mother?
I'm sorry.
The ages of the daughter and the mother? You said they had
The
to meet certain
mom
criteria.
is. I have her driver's license here. If you want, she's 50. She's 58,
Okay.
and the daughter she's 24.
Oh, okay. That's all my questions for now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time. Director Griffin, Councilor Pelham used up both of her time to speak, but she
But I think with work sessions, we don't have a requirement for 3 times.
No, this is the original.
No. Not for work
Catherine,
sessions.
let me finish. I was gonna ask her to answer your question. Because you were in the
Why'd
middle
you
of
mention
asking
how many
her.
times I spoke then?
Anyone else have any questions?
I do.
Okay, Councilor Randolph?
Ms. Griffin, I'm a little confused.
Yes.
I thought that what I had originally said was that the real estate agent, but now you're telling us the real estate agent is actually, it's the owner. Is the specific code say that as long as she finds somebody that's related? Because I am not quite sure how this is gonna work out if this daughter who's gonna occupy the first house and the mother, I don't believe that Ms. Hyatt gave us any indication that they're related to her, and she's the owner of the property. How specific is this code as to this relative clause,
It says, owner, this is section H
right?
of Article 9.
Right,
Owner occupants may apply to the city council for a conditional use permit to convert an existing garage to an apartment as follows. So it does say owner occupant,
Occupant,
so
right.
she is the owner.
but
Of
owner
the property.
occupant to me means that the owner actually lives there. They're the
Okay.
owner occupant, okay? I'd have to ask the attorney to be legal, but in my banking world, that's what that means.
Okay.
And that's why I was confused, because we do not have an owner occupant in this case,
That's true.
okay? Is that correct, Madam City Attorney?
Okay.
So I don't believe that under this particular situation, this qualifies.
Okay. The remaining, it says applicant must certify that such apartment will be occupied by a related family member, 55 years of age or older, or handicapped. And then it goes on to say that the applicant must acknowledge that upon vacation by such family member, the building may no longer be used as an apartment unless another family member meets the required criteria, and is no case shall be it used as a rental unit.
Right.
I'll leave it at that, and I won't say anything else. I will say that when the applicant came in, she purchased the property thinking that she could use it as 2 dwellings. And when she came into the office, the question was, what can I do to be able to use this property?
Right.
And this was provided to her as an option. Otherwise, again, the second dwelling is a shed
Right.
or a garage or.
And I understand, but I still think that as written, the code does not allow for what she's trying to do, unfortunately, even though we may have told her this was an option. It's not based on the current code.
Okay, I would defer to the,
What did she say?
yes.
I can't hear the attorney. Ma'am, I couldn't hear what you said, I'm sorry.
Yes, I think that the planning director and I've spoken about this in the past, and the interpretation that has been offered by Counselor Randolph is correct and consistent with what we discussed earlier.
Vice Chair Bennett?
Nothing, I'm just gonna
That's
answer.
not how she is.
Okay. Thank you very much, Director Griffin. There are no other lights. We're gonna move on to work session item number 3.
I think, Ms. Hyatt wants to say something. She can use that.
Excuse me, Ms. Hyatt, you can come up if a council member allows you to come up with permission of the mayor, but thought the work session was over, but the vice mayor would like for you to.
I would like her to use my time to say what she needs
Okay.
to say.
Well, come up to the podium, ma'am.
I looked at the Article H, and it said owner / occupant. That means owner or occupant in my interpretation. That's what my interpretation was.
Is that
Owner
how it's
or. I'm a loan officer too. I've worked in banking for a long time, so
If it's written
Owner
owner
occupied.
/ occupant, then I agree.
yeah, that's how it's
It's
written.
that way, but
It's
that's
written.
not how it has been teed up. The applicant is usually the owner who will be occupying the residency. And so, other than that particular, I think verbiage, there's still a disqualification if you read through the other provisions of that particular code provision, ma'am.
But what does it mean when it's the owner / occupant? That means the owner or the occupant can apply for that conditional use permit. It's vague. It's not specific enough just to say it's going to be denied just based on that. Because I read Article H, and that's in my interpretation. That's what it says. It's owner or. So either the owner or the occupant can apply for the conditional use permit. So the verbiage is kind of it's vague. It's unclear. So that is / means or in my interpretation of the English language, is or. So it's either the owner or the occupant of the house can apply for the conditional use permit. And it's keep on reference to applicant. It didn't say owner. If you look on the other, like 1, 2, 3, 4, it didn't say owner. It said applicant. That means applicant could be either the owner or the person that's occupying the property.
Yeah, good to me.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, where do you go from here? I mean, you just told, we don't vote tonight to deny it, do we?
We don't vote at all tonight.
I know we don't vote at all, but what do we advise the young lady? To go back to the planning commission maybe and redefine what the / means, or, I mean, cause a lot of our ordinances are very vague and, not precise, so. And evidently the commission thought it meant or, because you wouldn't be before us.
Well, on page 8 of the staff report, in speaking with the city attorney, it's in section paragraph 3. Staff, and this is before the planning commission gave its recommendation. Staff recommends denial of the application. Staff contends that the intent of the conditional use permit for an accessory apartment is to have the proposed resident or family request the permit. Staff has consulted with the city attorney, and it is the opinion of that office that the applicant cannot meet the terms of the conditional use permit because the applicant cannot certify for a future buyer. That was what we initially said in the staff report. The planning commission recommended denial of the request also. And at the time, she did not have anyone that she was bringing forth as a family member. If we hold true to this paragraph and based on the interpretation of the city attorney, what I'm hearing is regardless of what she's provided, she will not be staying at the residence, so therefore cannot request and cannot provide certification.
Are you asking for a legal question, or are you just
No,
saying?
I'm saying that is what the city attorney provided and what we provided in the staff report during the planning commission meeting.
Thank you. Any other questions regarding work session item number 2? There are no lights. Thank you, Director Griffith. We're going to move on to work session item number 3, request for a modification development standards.
Yes, lastly, 3616 Oaklawn Boulevard. Oaklawn Boulevard LLC is requesting a modification to the development standards. The development standards are located in Article 18, Section E of our zoning ordinance. This particular section speaks to parking requirements. If you have a business that needs more than 5 parking spaces, it is required to be asked to be paved with some type of material that will not be environmentally damaging to any streets or stormwater. And the applicant is requesting to park more than 5 cars on a gravel lot. He's been parking there before, and of course, he's been getting zoning violations, and so he came into the office to ask what he could do. And one of his avenues is to request a modification of the development standards to ask the planning commission and city council to consider him having more than 5 cars on his gravel parking lot. Staff reviewed the application, and there are specific criteria in which the planning commission and the city council can approve modifications to development standards. This information is located on page 3 of your staff report. It says the granting of a modification, the city council may grant modifications with or without conditions to development standards or requirements specific to this article. No modification to a development standard or requirement shall be authorized by the city council unless the council considers and determines substantial compliance with the comprehensive plan. The city council shall not grant a modification to any of the development standard or requirement if A, the granting of the modification will constitute the granting of a variance, a special exception, a conditional use permit, or a rezoning. It does not do that. B, ordinary financial considerations are the principal reason for the requested modification. In other words, if the applicant is coming to the planning commission and to city council due to financial reasons, then the council should not grant the modification. C, the modification amends a property-specific condition imposed by the council or board of zoning appeals. That just simply means if this applicant has been to the BZA before or the city council to request a specific, give a specific condition and you all approved it, this modification cannot undo that condition that was approved previously. And then D, the applicant created the condition or situation generating the need for the modification, and the applicant has not exhausted all other practical solutions to the problem, including but not limited to the acquisition of additional property, the elimination or redesign of structures, or the reduction of the development density. The staff contended that the applicant did not meet B and D, and the planning commission did not agree with staff's recommendation, and they recommended approval of the application with conditions. And those conditions are that the applicant would have no more than 20 vehicles on the gravelled area of 3616 Oaklawn Boulevard. 2, no more than 40 cars for the entire business. That's to include 3610, and 3610 is actually the area. I'm gonna draw it here.
You have the area marked in green.
This is 3610 here. This is the executive motor here. 3616 is this lot here that's cleared, okay?
All the way over.
All the way over, it's approximately 22,000 square feet. The third condition is paving must be complete within 2 years or by February 1st, 2022. If 3616 Oaklawn Boulevard is not paved by that time, the operator can only have 18 cars in total on 3610 and 3616. And the last condition is the city engineer will review and approve the traffic circulation plan for the business. The owner, part owner, is here tonight to speak, and of course, our planning commission members are also here if you have any questions.
Thank you very much. Anyone in council have any questions for Director Griffin or the Planning Commission?
Of course. Question. Also, when I read the section E6 parking area surfaces,
Yes, ma'am.
A specify 5 or more cars for the loading areas. But yet again, when I was talking about some ordinance that are too vague, were you here when this ordinance was written, or was it
I believe I
precursor you?
was, yes.
If you were, when you were
I would say
revising?
so. I've been in for 15 years, so I would,
So you or Mr. March can tell me,
Mm-hmm.
why didn't you specify an exact number in B and not let it be left up to assumption that it means 5 or less?
well, I feel like it's very clear. A says, off-street parking areas for 5 or more cars are loading or surface areas shall be graded and surfaced with a stable material that will not track onto pavement, such as asphalt, concrete, or an acceptable alternate that will provide equivalent protection against potholes, erosions, and dust.
Right.
And it goes on, et cetera, and talks about the city engineer.
That's it.
Parking areas that are not provided with the type of surface specified in subsection A of this section shall be graded and surfaced with crushed stone, gravel, crushed shell, or other suitable material. So,
That's my question.
uh-huh,
When you say or suitable material to provide a surface that is stable, that gives you any alternative to include gravel. And it says gravel as a part of that section.
in B, it says parking areas that are not provided for with the type of surface specified. Parking area, the section A is very specific. It says if you have 5 or more parking spaces, it tells you exactly the type of material. It has to be a stable material that will not track onto pavement.
All right.
So the alternative is if you have 4 or less, then you are then using gravel, crushed shell, or crushed stone.
Again, you didn't give a specified number in B, so to me, that creates confusion, for me anyway.
Okay,
And it doesn't, the ordinance should be written to, just like you specified in A, it should be specified in B. And I'm glad the commission agreed with it, so, that's just my opinion.
I don't know if a commission agree
Yeah.
with that. I think they can speak to that. But
I
the,
mean, what is your decision, well, y'all like to know what they base the decision, I know what all the verbiage is, but the intent, did that have anything to do with your decision-making? The vagueness of B? You can identify yourself, so.
Elliot Elides, Planning Commissioner, Chairman for now. We were trying to really do, this was very tough. We went over this quite a bit, and staff, it's not that we disagreed with staff's recommendation. I think it was a fine recommendation, and it was the legal recommendation that was due for this application. in this situation, what we tried to do is work with the applicant because we do try to be business friendly and try to allow companies that don't have the means to do everything at the beginning to have some time and give them the latitude. We said 2022, so we gave the applicant time to use the crush and run / gravel because we did feel it wasn't the best situation, but it was something that we could deal with. It wouldn't ruin the street, give this young man and his partner time to build a business. That's really the plain and simple of it. There wasn't any super, deep thought other than we wanted to try to get business in Hopewell but do the right thing and stay with the planning commission, the planning director, and try to keep everybody happy. For right or for wrong, that's how we came to that conclusion.
And also the pictures that you provided doesn't look like there was tracking onto the streets anyway. So that was an issue with the cars coming onto the pavement for Oak Lawn Boulevard. You didn't show us any pictures that created that issue. I mean, the ordinance says you don't want that to happen, right, with gravel, but the pictures you provide us doesn't show that was.
The purpose of the pictures was just to show you where the parking lot is located.
Okay, or not to show that it was
No.
violating your,
No.
okay. It'll be good to see that though.
I will say that I was just there again, second time, yesterday, in the rain. Not really for this reason,
Right.
but I was driving up and down the road and I
happened to
stopped to
be,
look a
yeah.
little bit and it did not appear
That
that
is
there was
tracking.
mud. But that's one time, so I'm not gonna say it'll never
Right.
happen. But theoretically, that's what the rock should do. And again, we'd rather have it paved. Let's not get this wrong. The planning
Right.
commission is not saying, let's write rules and not follow them. The planning commission is saying if there's reason to believe we can bend a rule to benefit both the applicant and the city, that's why we propose it. And you're welcome to say, we're not into that. Okay, that's why we gave you our opinion and we'll see what you guys think.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Any other questions from member of council?
Again, the property owner is here if you have questions.
I did.
Council Randolph?
I have a question of the property owner. Where is the property owner? Here it comes.
No.
Good evening. Thank you for being here. My question for you is, has there been a reason why you have not taken the gravel out and paved it to this date? Is it just about cost? And if so, are you willing to live with the 2 years that you've been given by the planning commission in their opinion to get it all, including the new property, paved?
I don't really know how to answer that, but they gave me 2 years to pave it, which I agree with, and I think that's enough time to get it paved, and I'm pretty certain it'll be paved within the 2 years that they allowed for.
Okay. How long have you been there?
Currently a year.
Okay. So you haven't made any effort to pave it so far, even though that was a requirement. You are certain that you can pave it all in 2 years?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Does anyone else have any questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
There are no other questions from council. This ends the work session that we have scheduled for tonight. We're going to adjourn for 5 minutes until our regular meeting begins at 7:30.
We ought to find out.
Well, it's just like, I hated to bring that up, but it was like, that didn't make any sense. I mean, what was right, and I can
Basketball team. They've actually gone to national
Debbie and I went back. She
pretty cool.
we shot some emails back.
Testing.
I said something.
Go get yourself your pack of nabs.
Good evening. Thank you for joining us for our regular meeting of City Council. I'd like to bring the meeting to order. I'd like to have the prayer by Assistant City Manager Charles Dane, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America by Council Parton. Would everyone please stand? I'll do roll call after.
Thank you.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, as you have taught us, we first pause and offer our thanks for all the blessings you bestowed upon us. We even recognize that some of our struggles are all part of our faith journey as we learn to better trust you in our lives. We are thankful for even the struggles. Father, we ask that you protect our soldiers around the world and our public safety employees within our midst. The sacrifices they make and the risks they face every day are quite humbling, and we're grateful for them and for their families who support them. Father, we also ask that you be with our elected officials and our public servants at every level. We ask that you not only protect them, but also guide them towards creating communities that reflect your kindness and will. We ask that you be with us this evening as we collectively try to improve Hopewell and provide its citizens with an exceptional quality of life. We pray all these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, can you please conduct the roll call?
Council Parton,
Here.
Mayor Gore.
Here.
Councilor Denton.
Here.
Councilor Pelham,
Here.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Here.
Councilor Randolph.
Here.
Thank you very much. Is there a motion to amend or adopt the regular meeting agenda?
I move that we adopt the regular meeting agenda.
Second.
The motion has been made by Councilor Parton, seconded by Vice Mayor Bennett to approve the regular meeting agenda. Any discussion? There are no lights. Roll call, please.
Councilor Parton,
Yes.
Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Denton,
Yes.
Councilor Pelham,
Here.
Vice Mayor Bennett.
Yes.
Councilor Randolph.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're gonna move on to approving or amending the closed session agenda.
The what? What? Consent.
I said consent. I said consent. Oh, sorry. I said consent, but maybe it sounded like I said close. Is there a motion?
I move that we adopt the consent agenda.
Second.
Any discussion? There are no lights. Roll call, please.
Counselor Parton?
Yes.
Mayor Gore?
No.
Counselor Denton? Counselor Pelham?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett?
Yes.
Counselor Randolph?
Yes.
Thank you very much. We're going to move on to the next portion of our meeting. We don't have any public hearings this afternoon, so we're going to jump into our closed session items.
Consent agenda.
Consent agenda. Now they got me thinking closed session. I'm so sorry. So for the recognition of Sunlight Elks, I need to move that item to our next regular meeting. There was an emergency with the lodge and they were unable to attend this afternoon. The next item that we have on here is the recognition of the Hopewell MLK Commission. I spoke to Mr. Bragg and we're going to work on trying to acknowledge them at our next meeting as well. The next item that we have on the agenda is the recognition of the soccer team for Hopewell. And I'd like to call Director Reed Miller up, please.
Mr. Reed Miller? Oh, thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yep.
Good evening. So last council meeting, we started a new tradition of making sure we acknowledge all youth players here in the city of Hopewell to show how proud we are of their accomplishments, their sportsmanship, and their teamwork. And so tonight we have the second group that's going to be honored here this evening. I'm going to actually call on Mr. Reed Miller to share some highlights about the team, but I wanted everyone to know that we're going to continue to do this. So if you have a group that's youth that needs to be recognized here to the city of Hopewell, let us know. We will definitely put it on the agenda to make sure they get highlighted and recognized for all their great work.
Thank you, Mayor Gore. This is the Blue Demon soccer team from our fall 2019 season. They're here tonight celebrating an undefeated season. These players worked really hard, so we want to congratulate them on their hard work, their commitment to the season, and for staying active and remaining healthy through physical activity. Before I turn it over to the coaches, Johnny Nelson and Mark Ellis, who without them, obviously the boys wouldn't be here. Big round of applause for those gentlemen there. Yes. And quickly before we turn it over, I'd just like to thank the parents. So parents of all of our players, would you mind standing quickly just so we can recognize you as well? Can't do it without the parents. So Coach Nelson is going to call out each player and present them with a certificate for their achievement.
There you go, Mark. Let me put my glasses on so I can see. First, we have Marco Tosic. Give him that smile. Next, we have Trayvon Tolliver. Now, here comes the ice cream man, Lenny Tolliver. Next, we have Celso, the animal pagan. Hold your head up, Khalid. You're next. We have Khalid Simonetti. One of my favorites, Bobby the Trip Piner. And this is for one of my goalies, Jency Perez. Next, we have D-Man, Dylan Mitchell. Now it's Michael Lozano, Speed Man. She's not here. This is for another speedster, Denasia Hargrove. She's not here. And now for my grandson, Macon Frazier. And now, last but not least, Braden Ellis. And now this one's for Mark Ellis. That's him. Yeah, sure. And the next one's for me.
I'd also like to just give a quick thank you to Ms. Sherry Leach, who is our coordinator for all of our athletic programs. And of course, we wouldn't be here doing any of this without the support of our city council. So thank you, Mayor Gore, members of city council.
Thank you so much. I just want to say congratulations. And really quickly, does anyone have any highlights or anything you want to share while you're here about your season with Hopewell Parks and Rec? No? You're shy? It's okay. You guys still rock. So thank you so much for everything. And we're looking for another great season. You guys stay undefeated, right? Two back to back?
Yeah, we'll be done.
Good. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. No.
Come on. Anybody want to stay for the whole meeting? You get to stay past your bedtime.
Love school in the morning.
All right, we have one last presentation this evening. Definitely want to take the time out to acknowledge anyone who supports any city programs or youth here in the community. I definitely want to highlight the Luke N. Robinson Council. It is a long name. I'm trying hard to remember it. This organization first contacted me a couple years ago to do a back to school drive, and they gave out backpacks at the barbershop located right beside Domino's. And since then, I'm checking in and doing multiple events for youth here in the city, and they also volunteer with their Office on Youth. Right now, the Office on Youth doesn't have a permanent building, and we're using partnerships for people in the community to partner with to offer opportunities for you to be engaged. And so one organization that has partnered with us is this organization. They volunteer at Bowling After Dark, which is equivalent to midnight basketball, to help get youth off the streets in the afternoons and the evenings. And they also engage in other activities. I'm going to hand it over to him. He has a long list of things that they do, and I'm going to put him on the spot right now to list those out. But I will definitely say it is a gem when you have groups in the community that invest. They don't just talk about it, they put in the work. And I can say I've known them for about 4 years now, if not longer, and I continuously see them continue to do good works here in Hopewell. And this is Ms. Joe Mitchell.
Good evening. My name is Joel Mitchell. I'm with Luke N. Robinson, Council Number 3, Knights of Pythagoras.
See the wrong name?
We're an organization that is We're with the 12th Masonic District in Petersburg. We cover Petersburg, Hopewell, Chester, Prince George, and all surrounding areas. What we try to do is help young men between the ages of 8 and 18. We do workshops. We have one regular scheduled meeting the second Saturday of every month. We do things with them like community service. In the summer, we have summer encampment where we take them to college, do college tours. With our older young men, we go over interviewing for jobs, college applications, scholarships, things of that nature, and just trying to help them build foundations for help them throughout life.
And so I definitely want to do a plug to say if you have any interest in partnering with them to be able to, for them to provide other services, donations for back to school, or either want to support the group when they have these activities for youth, please let us know. The Office on Youth Coordinator is Gerald Nabry sitting right there. We'll make sure we pass on the message. But if you are an organization, you're part of an organization that wants to partner with the Office on Youth, again, let him know, because we're always seeking members of our community to engage with to make sure that we offer programs for youth here in Hopewell.
Or if you have any young men between the ages of 8 and 18 that you think they would like to participate, please contact us so we can get them taken care of.
Thank you so much for being here this evening. Thank you so much. We're going to move on to our next item on the agenda is the Seeds of Opportunity Steering Committee Framework. So for those in the crowd that is not familiar with the Seeds of Opportunity, this is a grant that the City of Hopewell obtained through the National League of Cities. We obtained it last year, and Director Reed Miller, Director Griffin, myself, Assistant Manager Charles Dane, and at the later part, City Manager Marsh Altman served on the team to help develop some of the ideas for the grant. Cities Opportunity is a grant process that promotes a pilot program for cities. We're one of 12 cities selected nationwide for this opportunity, and Roanoke is the other community in Virginia that was selected. Together, we're the two smallest communities that were selected to participate in this. This grant is between a $20,000 to $35,000 value, and pretty much it addresses quality of life in Hopewell. And the goal of this grant is to look at social determinants of health to address problems in the community, such as crime, housing, education, youth, seniors, veterans, everything. And so council had a strategic planning session last year, and one day we spoke about Seeds Opportunity. Part of the grant process, the National League of Cities paid for a private consultant for the entire year to service Hopewell. And part of her service to Hopewell, she came down and met with the directors, and that's what I mentioned, city manager. He helped schedule a full day with all the directors in Hopewell to look over the draft ideas that we could try to implement here in the city of Hopewell. And then also Mr. Dane has been working with us on a community service building that you see taking shape with the inclement weather station. And so council asked for Councilor Randolph and I to meet to talk about the next steps for the grant. We have been unable to meet, but since then, there have been multiple times we talked about the presentation to council. We talked about it during our Crime Summit meeting and a couple of times after that as the group. And right now, the biggest thing council needs to track when it comes to this opportunity is the ability for us to gather the data needed to ensure that we have the benchmarks planned out correctly. And so for the public, again, this grant relies on data. So if you were to take, for example, people are complaining about crime and shootings here in the city of Hopewell. If you were to take a map of Hopewell and map out every time you see a shooting incident, you will see where they're prevalent at in the city. If you were to take where overdoses happen in the city and you map them out on a map, you will get to see that. Now take all these different factors and layer them one on top of another, you will get to see which areas in Hopewell need the most help and where do we need to direct our services to. And so part of this grant opportunity, Hopewell was selected as a small city pilot with City Health Dashboard, which is a national organization, and NYU Langhorne Health, which is the medical center. And both organizations have agreed to do data mapping for the City of Hopewell using federal contracts and census data. And I will ask the clerk to please pull up on the Chrome the City Health Dashboard website so we can show you Roanoke.
Oh, you wanna pull it up on?
While she's doing that, I'll ask Director Griffin to please come to the podium because she has been our point of contact with gathering the data.
Now, what am I plugging?
City Health Dashboard. That first one.
This one?
And for example, let's type Roanoke, because like I said, Roanoke was the other community in Virginia selected, and they have completed their work. Hopewell has not completed theirs yet. So if you were to look at this and you say, why does this matter? Social economic factors impact your daily life here in the city of Hopewell. These things impact your life expectancy, your quality of life, and your life outcomes. And so we're trying to map out these key factors that have been proven to impact quality of life to figure out where we stand. And so this is what we're trying to get complete. Once this is completed, information will go to council, and council can develop the plan of action to execute the rest of the pilot program. But the first step is to complete the data part of it. And so if you look here, look at some examples of overdose deaths where obesity, and just click and give one example. Scroll down. Obesity. And so you see how the city of Roanoke is mapped out. Depending on the legend, lets you know which areas are, I guess in this example, more obese versus less obese. And so we need to have that for the city of Hopewell. And I'll pass over to Director Griffin so she can share a little bit more about why data matters and why we need to get this ball rolling before we lose this grant opportunity to finish capturing this information with our partners.
So we actually currently have about 7 to 8 indicators already, and we're working with NYU to receive additional. The issue was that last year, the information could not be provided, so this is the actual year that they can be able to provide us all of the information. We do know that where a person lives affects their quality of life and their life expectancy. When we finished our comprehensive plan back in 2018, we found that if you lived in certain census tracts or wards within the city, your life expectancy was more if you live in the west of the city than in the east. And we don't believe that should be. We believe that all residents in the city should have the same life expectancy and have the same quality of life. So we wanted to track this information to see what services and resources we could provide and what things are lacking in those communities that have less life expectancy. So we were very excited to go down to Atlanta and speak to several professionals about this, myself, the mayor, and Mr. Reed Miller at the time. We came back with exciting information. We're starting to move forward. We are working on getting a strategic planning group together. I can't remember the exact name.
Mr. Dane named it a Community Enhancement Implementation Team.
Yes, that long name. And so we're ready to move forward.
Thank you. And so the recommendation that we have in the packet is similar to the recommendation that was given to council last year when we first spoke about this. We're just asking to move forward with the recommendation that was made with our consultant, the NLC paid for, and those who have been a part of the grant process all along, to send interest letters to see who will be willing to serve on the steering committee with us, so that way, when we really need to get the ball rolling to capture the rest of this data, we can be able to make progress. And so right now, I'm not asking for council support to appoint anyone. All I'm asking for is council support for the recommended list of people to get interest letters to see if they're willing to serve. And the last thing I would say is, health is in our comprehensive plan. That is a state requirement that localities must complete each year, each 5 years. The deadline is actually about to extend this General Assembly session. And in our comprehensive plan, health is a chapter. So we really need to take this seriously if we're going to make any headway on this. And just for everyone's knowledge, there's 133 localities in Virginia that, in general, depending if you count towns or not, but basically it's 133 localities. And the 2019 county health rankings, and cities are included in this ranking, are as follows. For Hopewell, Health outcomes, we are ranked 118 out of 133. For length of life, we are ranked 120 out of 133. Quality of life, we are ranked 114 out of 133. Health factors, we are ranked 128 out of 133. Health behaviors, 120 out of 133. Clinical care, 107 out of 133. Social and economic factors, which this is about and drives everything else, including quality of life, we are ranked 131 out of 133. And for physical environment, Director Reed Millen just left, we are ranked 80 out of 133. So that one, we have some good numbers. But the key to this is we have to address social and economic factors because they address quality of life. And if we were to use this as a benchmark, historically, Hopewell has ranked at the bottom. And last year we ranked 131 out of 133. So again, I am pleading that council please allow us to send out the invitation letters. And once that information is gathered, we can present those to council for further discussion. If council would like to include anyone else in this list, please do so. We'll send out letters to everyone that council suggests that we do. And that's all I have unless there's some questions.
Well, we don't make a motion for this, do we?
You can make a motion on it. It's a regular item. It's an item on the agenda.
Action one? Yeah, well, then I would like to make the motion to move forward and invite those individuals to become a part of the steering committee.
Second. Is there any discussion? There are no lights. Roll call, please.
Council Parton,
Yes.
Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Denton,
No.
Councilor Pelham,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Councilor Randolph.
No.
Motion passes. Thank you very much. Ms. Griffin, when you have the letter ready, let us know. Thank you. We currently do not have any public hearings scheduled this evening, so we're going to move on to communications from citizens. I do have the list for those who have signed up. I do have 3 people, so I will ask for those 3 to speak first. If anyone else would like to speak, just let me know at the end. And if I mispronounce your name, I apologize in advance. The first person that we have on the list is Mr. John Redling. And while he's coming to the podium, I'll ask the clerk to please read the rules regarding communications from citizens.
A communications from citizen period limited in total time to 30 minutes is part of the order of business at each regular council meeting. All persons addressing council shall approach the microphone, give name, and if they reside in Hopewell, their ward number. Limit comments to 3 minutes. No one is permitted to speak on any item scheduled for consideration on the regular agenda of the meeting. All remarks shall be addressed to the council as a body. Any questions must be asked through the mayor only. There shall be no discussion without permission of the mayor. Any person who makes personal, impertinent, abusive, or slanderous statements or incites disorderly conduct in council chambers may be barred by the mayor from further audience before council and removed, subject to appeal to a majority of council.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
Hello, good evening. I'm John Redling from Ward 1. I would like permission to speak to something that's on the agenda.
That's fine.
Okay, this is regarding RR 12, regarding the dissolving of the Beacon LLC.
Point of order. Point of order. I think in order for him to do that, council would have to do a motion to give him permission since he is on the agenda. Is that correct? Or did we change that rule? I mean,
I'll ask the city attorney, but it's under, reading it says regular items on the agenda, and there's been debate if whether IRs are considered regular items, and so it's been treated as if IRs are not regular items, and so I allowed him to speak, but if they are, excuse me, what?
I don't know whose opinion of whether council has decided
Well,
that's a
no.
regular item or not.
No, it is an IR item, and I said normally, historically, let me finish, please. IR items have been treated as if they're not regular
That's your
items.
opinion.
And so, given the historical part of it, we can do it. But if you would like to have a vote, that's fine. I'm fine. We can. Was there a motion to waive the rules to allow this citizen to speak on the item on the agenda?
So
Got my
moved.
light on.
Oh.
I would like to make a motion to amend the agenda to allow the
Mr. Redland.
speakers to speak on what's on the agenda for tonight.
Second.
Is there any discussion?
Thank you very much.
1 second, sir. We have to go through the process. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
okay.
Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yeah. 16 years, we've always did the exception. Thank you.
Okay?
The roll call, please.
Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Council Randolph,
Yes.
Councilor Holloway, Councilor Parton,
Yes.
Councilor Denton,
Yes.
Councilor Pelham.
Yes.
And I'll ask the city attorney a question regarding regular business. In terms of the agenda layout, are IRs considered regular business?
I'm not really able to speak to that right now, Madam Mayor, because, how you've treated IRs in the past
Thank
is
you.
something I'm not privy to, number one. But secondly, I'm gonna have to just rely on how, the body's decided to interpret and move forward on that. And I can address it more precisely at a future time if that's okay.
No, that's fine. Can we do it at the agenda work session? Because
Yep.
IRs are usually not treated as regular business, so we need to clarify that.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you so much. Go ahead.
Okay? Thank you. I'd like to address 4 points that are in IR 12 regarding dissolving the Beacon LLC. The LLC is a committee of good, knowledgeable people who provide useful information to council. Dissolving it would mean decisions would be made based on council having less insight and less information. The LLC does not need to be dissolved in order to improve community programs and access to the Beacon. It may actually help to facilitate more community access to the Beacon. However, given that the Beacon management is charged with making the Beacon solvent, if not profitable, there needs to be clarification to the taxpayers of how these community programs will be funded. Procedures need to be implemented using the LLC to make sure these programs do not adversely affect the general business of the Beacon. The 4th sentence states, the city needs to address the status of the Beacon Theater's management and finances. The Beacon's management is booking high-quality entertainment that brings tens of thousands of patrons to downtown Hopewell each year, selling tickets, selling concessions, and creating positive economic impact for the retailers in our now blossoming downtown. That is precisely what the taxpayers wanted to have happen as a result of the city's investment in the Beacon's renovation. Sentences 5 and 6 state, in the past, the city provided the Beacon Theater with approximately $100,000 to provide community programs. City Council has not established guidelines for that money and support. If City Council has not established guidelines for those funds, that is exactly the sort of task Council could assign to the LLC. Dissolving the LLC would make establishing those guidelines more difficult, not less. Sentences 9 and 10 state, currently, concerts is the primary event type offered by the Beacon. The theater can also be a space to routinely offer plays, dance, spoken word, classes, etc. to the community. Many community events have taken place at the Beacon and will continue to take place, such as the James River Ball, Kiwanis Wine Festival, City Tree Lighting, the Wonder City Beer Fest, and even funerals. However, these events are not free of expense, and the costs are borne by either the city or the group sponsoring the event. The Beacon is, and should be, primarily a concert venue. There is a reason why that is so. Concerts are the events which prove to be profitable. The Beacon is fully capable of hosting events such as plays, dance, spoken word, but those events would require funding which would need to be underwritten by someone so they don't cause financial harm to the venue. If a community wants to sponsor such an event, to whom would they go? If someone in City Point wants to put a new roof on their house, they go to the Architectural Review Board. If someone wants to register to vote, they go to the voter registrar. If someone wants to hold a city-sponsored event at the Beacon, I submit that the LLC would be a very suitable entity for people to contact. The LLC could coordinate between Beacon management for production, City Council for funding, and the group itself to make sure their objectives are met.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much. Thank you. Next person we have on the list is Miss Emily DiCarlo. Yes, and we also have a light on the podium that reminds you.
Thank you for allowing me to approach the podium. Good evening, Honorable Jasmine Gore, Mayor, Honorable Vice Mayor Patience Bennett, Honorable Councilor Johnny Parton, Honorable Janet Denton, Honorable Councilor Debbie Reynolds, Honorable City Attorney, and all to whom honor is due. I came before you this evening to ask that the Oversight Committee or Council please review the policies of the police department as they relate to the shooting down of a citizen, namely Angel DiCarlo, who died in the street in Hopewell, Virginia on December 18, 2018. Angel lay dying in the street when the policy clearly states that an ambulance should have been called and that she should have received medical attention, which she did not. Another policy was ignored that called for the transparency to the community. No such transparency occurred except communication that unjustly portrayed the victim as some kind of criminal. Another policy that was violated was the one referring to the brandishing of a firearm by a policeman and the use of excessive force. One more of the many policies blatantly ignored by the officer who shot Angel DiCarlo was the one that related to identifying himself as a police officer. The officer who reportedly shot Angel was in plain clothes, and she may not even have known that he was an officer. The aforementioned policies are only a few of the policies that were not adhered to on the fateful morning of the shooting of Angel and her subsequent death. In summary, Angel would be alive if these policies had been adhered to. I ask in all humility that the Oversight Committee and our council, who is charged with the safety, welfare, and overall well-being of all of the citizens of Hopewell, please review the non-adherence to these policies to ensure that what happened on December 18, 2018 never occurs again by holding the officers or officer accountable. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next person we have on the list, I can make out the second name, Michaels.
Good evening, members of the City Council. I have been disturbed many, many times. I'm not going to open up my list of problems I have, which are very huge. But anyway, I'm getting absolutely nothing from the city. And I called today to find out why my bill is past due. I called a few days earlier and I was told that I need to pay $21.41 by January 29. I paid whatever to bring the bill to zero. And I get one today, $65.77. The time before, I asked to get the bills for last year to compare them with my statements. I see some really crazy things. They charge me 4 units of water when I don't use even the minimum for years. I applied long ago, 2-3 years ago, to be released from the charges for trash because I don't dispose more than a quarter, maybe a third of a trash can every month and a half. And a number of months I'm away, so I don't use any. And they told me that it goes with the property. I don't have any problem. I have a limited income. I have been a heart attack survivor for over 32 years. Doctors didn't do anything for me, and I found out that after 28 plus years, I'm struggling to survive. And I have all these things. And today, by the way, this satanic way that the city operates, they called the trash collectors and they came at 1:15. They never came to collect in the afternoon. And I was ready to go out and take a picture if I could. And I said, there's some kind of strange noise. And they collected the trash and they were taking each bag by hand to put it in the truck and not to use the automatic system, whatever they lift. Anyway, they sent me this that I cannot read. And I told the people, Ashley could not give me any answer. She passed me on to Nick. Nick couldn't. I said, look, send me the last year's statements with the dates that you received my money, because my money comes out timely. It may be short sometimes because I have no way to do things right. I have requested the Department of Social Services to help me. They never help. I called Friday. I have never received any response back from the social worker. Last year, I had problems, and they didn't help me as an adult with the protective services. The city goes down the drain, and it's a shame to say this, but this is the truth. I don't like anything more than what I deserve.
Thank
And
you.
we need to find solutions. How many times my basement has been flooded and American Water didn't do anything? How many times the water is no good? And I was with the diarrhea from the 13th of April and 25th of January. And 25th, they take us out from the McDonald's. I say, what? I don't have any other place to go. They say, we have a water problem.
Thank you so much for your comments. The city clerk has your information. We're going to have someone reach out to you from the city manager's office to follow up with your concerns about the water bill, sewer, trash, and then I think you mentioned something about flooding. And
Yes.
the office will contact you. Can you please?
Your engineers do nothing. Your city managers do nothing. When the new city manager came, the social services told me to call the city manager. I called. He didn't come. He sent the engineer who didn't come in the house to look.
So,
And
sir,
he
excuse
told
me. Excuse me. I understand your frustration. The time is running out for comments, and so I gave you a little bit extra time to voice your concerns.
I appreciate
Your
that. You don't understand anything.
Your counselor is right here, Counselor Randolph. She just wrote down your information, so she can reach out to you as well to follow up with along with the city manager.
Thank you.
And we'll make a note to follow back up to see if there's anything that can change in that situation, okay? Does anyone else have any comments this afternoon? Thank you very much. We're going to move on to the next portion of our agenda. Pass this down. R1, the CAFRA update from the city manager, and for those in the public in the audience that are not aware of CAFRA, that is the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report, also known as our city's annual audit. Mr. Altman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We are in preparation of the draft CAFR to work and send to our auditor. We're working closely with them currently. We are waiting for some information due from the auditor with regard to our pension and other post-employment benefits, otherwise known as OPEB. We're waiting to get that information from our auditor. We do expect to receive that information this week. And for council's kind of information, 2018 is the implementation year for the new OPEB standards. which will add additional debt to the cities and schools' balance sheets, as well as some disclosures and footnotes in the CAFR that we'll have to do. We're working closely with schools regarding compensated
Excuse me,
absence.
Mr. Altman, before you continue, I have a couple comments. One, can you repeat what you said about this being the year for the new changes to the balance sheets? Can you please just restate that? And also, there's a question about, are you talking about FY18?
So for the 18 CAFR, which is FY18,
I know, but you didn't say that, that's what I was wondering. Okay.
so the 18 CAFR is the implementation year for the OPEB standards. So that'll require us that there'll be additional debt on the city and schools balance sheets, and as well as some disclosures that'll have to occur because of that pension and other benefits OPEB standards that we have. So those will be coming. We're waiting on that information from the auditor. We're waiting and working with the schools regarding some compensated absence information, and working with the treasurer's office on identifying and addressing some balance sheet issues with reconciliation. So we're moving forward with that. We are still looking to have our CAFR completed by the end of the month. And moving forward, we're working with, and we are working with, I won't always say wastewater, but Hopewell Water Renewal on the reconciliation of their bills. We're working on, we're completing the reconciliations for 18 with regarding to the billing with our industries, and they're continuing to work on some reconciliation work with customers in general to bring that information up to date. And we're going to be we're working on a proposal to bring back to council. And as we had that conversation back in the summer, where we were under the plan of get the CAFRs finished and then try to work on the fixes for those issues afterwards. And council wanted us to change gears and work on fixing, so which has caused, just with the delays in getting the CAFR done itself, because we're working to fix those issues along the way. We're looking to bring a proposal back to council for some consideration to potentially either add some staff or look at overtime pay to get some of those things done while we're still doing our current operations and trying to do our day-to-day. So we'll hopefully be bringing that back to y'all at your next meeting for some discussion and consideration.
Thank you very much. And can you ask one point of clarity about the SEPA? Is that still in contract discussions?
So no, at the last meeting, council approved our ability to utilize Robinson, Farmer, and Cox to do the 16 and 17 single audits. We signed those letter of engagement, and I forwarded those to council, I believe either Friday or Monday. So you should have those. The clerk has the originals for her file, and we're moving forward with getting now that we know 15 single audit was done, now we can move forward with getting 16 done. The 18 single audit was part of the engagement agreement we had with the CAFR with Robinson, Farmer, Cox they're currently working on.
Thank you. Councilor Randolph?
Let me just step back a second. You've indicated that schools, treasurer, and water renewal are basically the three that we're looking at that still need to provide information before we can finish up the 18 CAFRA. Is that correct?
Those are the departments or organizations we're working with to finalize information, yes.
So those are the three departments that still need to provide us with information. Can you tell us how far schools are away from providing us what we need? Have they given you any indication how much more time they need?
They have not given us any indication of how much more time, which leads me to believe that they are very close to getting it to us. And our CAFR team, internal CAFR team, has hunkered down, and they're really working hard on finalizing documentation, which if you've been around those folks, when they do that, now it's really crunch time, and we're there. So again, we're looking to have everything completed by the end of the month and have a CAFR that we can.
So schools, water renewal, and the treasurer will all be completed by the end of the month.
Yeah. Now, I'm not saying we still won't have findings in the audit as a result of the work, but we'll have the work done.
Findings that we had asked in the fall be corrected?
I don't know I can't tell you what the auditors are gonna say at this point.
No,
And we have a different audit firm, so I don't know what they're gonna say versus what PB Maris may
But you're
have said.
telling me
regarding-
that there's gonna be
I
findings.
would be confident in saying there's gonna be some findings, number one, just from the fact that we're late. So, but
And
there's
that
gonna
would
be
be
some.
wastewater.
Well,
or
we're
water
late in,
renewal.
we're late in general.
Right.
So there's gonna be some issues that I think are gonna come up in those enterprise accounts as a result of that, even though we're working to fix things. It's still gonna be some issues that are gonna come up, and it's gonna be a continual work in progress until we can get everything caught up.
Do you anticipate that all three of these areas are going to have findings potentially?
I think we may have some findings in all three, but we may not. I don't know. Schools may not have any findings, but we may. It's just, I don't know what we're gonna see just yet. But we will have some findings in the audit. I don't think there's any question about that. To what degree
No,
and what
I
level.
understand that for sure.
I don't know.
Okay, thanks.
Counselor Pelham?
The question really would be, would there be any repeat findings? We finished 17, but how you can't predict it, I guess the capital, what 18 will bring, but the key would be repeat findings, correct? Because you've been working simultaneously on correcting
Yeah,
17.
we've been working to correct those
So-
issues.
So there won't be a repeat finding.
Well, it may have been the finding may be downgraded to something a little bit lesser than we had before. But again, I can't sit up here and tell you that we're not gonna have any findings at all.
We know
We
we don't
are.
have
That's gonna be the case, but, so just be prepared for that. To what degree and what level, I don't know, but I'm comfortable that we're gonna have some findings just out of transparency. We will, and we'll continue to work on addressing those issues as we move forward.
But so as they worked on the 18 this far, don't they itemize the finding as they find them? So can't you report what they reported to you?
So
I can't believe they haven't
well,
told you anything.
we have to get financial statements together, which is what we're finalizing, to give to the auditor for them to then audit. So we're not the ones tracking as the auditor will tell us that. So they don't have those financial statements yet to do that review to tell us what those issues are
So
gonna
what they've
be.
been doing since October, I mean, they have not audited anything that they
So,
told you
but
was wrong to correct.
No, I think we had to make a distinction.
Yeah, tell me.
Robinson, Farmer, and Cox is our auditor.
Yes,
We have people hired to help us get our audits together. Those were the folks that were working to fix things. Robinson, Farmer, and Cox is gonna one that's gonna tell us if we have findings or not.
Right, I
Not
know.
our staff.
I know.
So Robinson, Farmer, and Cox isn't engaged unless we give them data and material information to review.
And
So
they've
while
been
we've
doing-
been,
How long has Fox and Cox been working or whatever? Since October, correct?
well, we have an engagement letter from October, but they haven't been working the entire time because we have to
So
provide
how
them
long have they
data.
actually been engaged with your staff to audit our books?
They've been, I don't have an amount of time because it's off and on as we provide them information.
Wow. And the information you provided them, they have not,
To my knowledge, I have not
they have
received any.
not given you, well, they would only give it to you, correct?
I
After Mr.
have not
Terry?
received any report from Robinson, Farmer, or Cox to date that
Have you
outlines
received
any.
anything from Mr. Terry? Because they
No.
would probably talk to him first.
I have not received any report from Robinson, Farmer, Cox, or Mr.
Mr.
Terry
Terry.
with
Okay.
regard to what potential findings we may have at this point in time.
Okay. Thank you.
There are no lights right now, so I'll ask my questions. And I'll piggyback off of what Counselor Pelham was just asking in terms of when they began to truly engage the auditors. If my memory is correct, we received the 17 audit in July of last year. So from July until, safe to say, October the earliest, but you just admitted that they weren't really working in October.
Well,
So
no.
the auditors
No,
were not
we're-
working in
we're not.
October. So from July until probably November timeframe, the city has been gathering the documents in order to prepare and submit them to the auditors. What was being done in that timeframe by the city staff?
Well, in the city staff, so back in December, if I remember it correctly, council requested a report which we provided. So in that report, it took, we were working with the Beacon on getting the financial statements together for the Beacon, that took 10 weeks worth of time. So that's 10 weeks worth of time. We're not working on audit information because we're fixing things. Then we had some addressing some issues with water renewal. That was another 4 weeks. Then we had another 4 weeks of delay with some items. So that's 18 weeks worth of time that because we were busy fixing things, right? So we could have said, here's our draft financial statements. We know we're going to take hits in these areas instead of trying to fix them, and we could have been done potentially earlier. But because we were told in August, now PB mayors submitted their CAFR for 17 in the July timeframe. They came in August and presented, and then they told us later. So we didn't engage Robinson, Farmer, and Cox from July through October. We were told that PB mayors did not have the capacity to address our concerns until after the first of the year. At that time, and that's when we found that out in October, we brought that issue to council in order to find another auditor to help us get 18 done. So we didn't start with Robinson, Farmer, and Cox until October. So how much time they have worked off and on coming in and doing testing, I don't know, because I know they came in and did some field work, but how much time they spend at their office off-site doing work, I can't put a number to that because they haven't told me, but I know that they're not working every single day to do that.
And I remember the issue with the Beacon, which is why I have the item on the agenda today. You said it took how many weeks? You said 10 weeks
10
to
weeks
gather the finances for the Beacon?
To work with the Beacon to get all of the financial statements straight so we could have financial statements for the 18. But we were also working with the Beacon on getting their 16 and 17 financial statements corrected too.
Because they weren't even audited in 16 and 17 because they weren't able to produce financial documents,
So
correct?
we got those financial statements together through working with Mr. Willis, and we've gotten 18 together.
All right, so my question is, in terms of wastewater, you mentioned wastewater, and you know that's been a huge concern of mine is wastewater. I remember 2 years ago, right before you got here, well, I think you were here too, but we talked about the contract because then Director Grandstaff shared with council during the council meeting that they were writing off at the end of each year all of the bills that were uncollected. And if my memory is correct, because I went back and looked at it, it was about $700,000 a year they were writing off for uncollected funds. And so at that time, I advocated for the contract that we have with data integrators to be corrected because apparently in looking into that situation, there was a hole in the contract, so to speak, that no one was collecting those delinquent funds. Since then, it's been put back on the agenda several times, and I have an email where we were told that the contract was amended, because I believe when Mr. Watson came here asking for a position in the treasurer's office, that's when we learned that there was issues also with sewer and trash billing. And at that time, we realized that the contract could only be amended, I think it was March of each year, and they had to make the changes, I think it was March. And I have emails sending to you to say, hey, catch them in this window so the contract can be amended, so that way we don't have to keep losing funding each year because there's no one collecting it. My question is, has that been addressed yet? The contract.
The contract has not been amended since I've been here.
So is anyone collecting those delinquent fundings?
I can weigh in on two things. First of all, part of the collection issue was resolved because the water company agreed to work more closely with us, and the collections went way back up. Secondly, you're right about 700,000, but it wasn't per year. It was 685,000 or something like that right off for like a 3, 4, or 5 year period. It was multiple years involved in that. But the collections have now gone, because if you remember correctly, the collections were down like 80.
I think that was part of the problem.
88%.
And we could talk about it later, because that was part of the issues, because in the write-up that staff gave, it said per year. But then there was a communication. But I just wanted to know, in terms of we talk wastewater, if they have looked at that contract and this cleaning up stuff.
Well, the collections have gone from, if I remember correctly, it was like 87 or 88%, and that's why we're losing some of that money. The collections now, I believe, from Mr. Watson, 96% now, or somewhere in that ballpark. So yes, they have made corrections to it.
Okay. And my last question is for city manager. In terms of the routine timeline for the audits, when we started this process, we were told that we would get all 3 audits caught up in a year. And that was without us addressing issues that were going on. That year passed, then we had a second year that passed, and now we're on year 3 in terms of trying to get the audits caught up, right? So we were promised to get all of them caught up in 1 year, and since then we've only had 2. So my question is, if we're just now turning in the draft for FY18, we still have 19, and obviously 20 is going to be due now too. So that's why I have on the later on to look at an IR about getting additional staffing or to separate audit team from finance team, because it's also impacting us getting modules and munis and other things done for staff to be able to automate things a little bit better. So when you make your recommendation, can you just see if you can, is that going to be ready for the next meeting, or is that going to be a longer down the road conversation about really staff beefing up the team that we can pump these out? Because if at this rate, we're looking at 19 and 20, not this year.
So when my understanding, which was when Mr. Terry arrived, they had to completely redo the financial statements for 16, completely redo everything from the ground up. So that caused delay in getting 16 done, and I think 16 may have taken the better part, which I think started before I arrived and took the better part of a year. Then we got 17 done, which was turned in July, and I don't think we started working on 17 until the end of calendar year. I'm trying to remember when I got here. We're in 20, so I arrived in February of 18. We got 17. We didn't start working on 17 until the end of that year. We got that completed in 7-8 months, something along that time frame. So we're shrinking the amount of time each time it takes to get the audits done. 16 took longer than anticipated because of the condition of everything. We brought in a team, and that team came in and tore everything apart and rebuilt it so we would have better financial data. So we're reducing that time. 20 is not going to be due until November. So we're currently in 20. The objective is to have 18 done by the end of the month. We'd like to have 19 done before the end of the fiscal year or around the turn of the fiscal year, so we can get 20 done in November.
Okay.
That's our objective. Now, I'm not saying that a ghost isn't going to spring out of the closet somewhere and cause a problem, but as we go through and we're working through the data, some of the same issues are coming up, so it's easier for the staff to make those adjustments because they've seen it before.
So the recommendation about beefing up support to get that done,
that's something
that's going to help you to get the, okay.
Yeah, I'd like to be able, if we could have people dedicated to doing CAFR that we're not pulling people from their day-to-day job, which is keeping the current year current, plus doing their job. Right now, we've got the same handful of people trying to do everything.
Right.
So if we can supplement staff and add some staff in key places, maybe down at water renewal and finance, to help push some of those things done, to get some things done, then that's what we'd like to look at.
All right, definitely support that. Thank you.
I have a question.
Councilor Pelham?
I thought Mr. Terry was hiring people to help him independently. Y'all were given issue hiring contractors.
Right. So we have
independently
two individuals that are helping us with CAFR, and that's it all. So, and we don't have anyone down at wastewater that would be able to help us deal with the wastewater, stormwater, and trash billing issue. We don't have anyone dedicated solely to work through that issue. So we'd like to get some more people in to help specifically with specific issues so we can address them and be able to move forward with them.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to move on to, there's no other lights, onto R2, Tri-Cities Area Metropolitan Planning Organization, MPO. Mr. Butler?
So on Mr. Butler's way up, as you know, the MPO meets. We have Mrs. Pelham, who's our representative, and the MPO has passed a recent policy that would require that any vote taken would have to be done by an elected official, not by staff. Mr. Butler?
All right. On your agenda, I'll start. The cover introduction talks about, as City Manager was saying, introduction. Good evening, Council, Mayor, Vice Mayor, everyone. I'm sorry. Apologies. apologize. I'm Johnny Butler, city engineer. The MPO business matters are voted on at the policy and technical committees. The technical committee, we do the work, all the engineering work, transportation planning work, and make recommendations to the policy committee. And we take care of all the voting action endorsements at that level. But the policy committee is the one that actually makes the final decisions on a lot of the matters. I serve as the staff representative to both committees. I have been the chairman of the technical advisory committee in the past, and now I serve as the vice chairman. So I stay very much up to date on all the business matters that we're going to talk about here real quick. But when we push things to the policy committee for the final decisions, the elected official is supposed to cast that vote. The staff person cannot make that vote. In the past, some of the other MPOs have been reprimanded and gotten a little trouble because of doing so. And the federal guidelines are going to be enforced more stringently in this matter, so we have to follow their lead and submit the persons that will be the primary representative and the alternate representative. And just to give you an idea, the next meeting of the MPO is February 27th of this month, but that's a revised date. Usually it's the second Thursday of every month. There was a conflict this month, and it's on the 27th. At this point in time, we're represented, and I don't see on the agenda any controversial issues or whatever, but we still need to have our person there to vote with whatever the business matters that may come up. There's 9 voting members to the MPO Policy Committee. Annually, the local governing body is to appoint an elected official who will represent the locality on this committee. The committee chairmanship is rotated between the area membership on a yearly basis. I've given you attachment in your CAF as a brief, and it shows how that's set up. Presently, the Prince George County representative is the chairman of the committee. And he's actually serving his second year at it, which that's another thing. It's supposed to be rotated and instead of having multiple terms, but nonetheless. The committee oversees the business affairs and primary functions of the MPO, as I said. The selection of future area-wide transportation improvement program projects, ensures community involvement steps are adhered to. It pursues a lot of the grant funds that are out there, large federal grant funds. The distribution of those funds to various program projects and how those funds will be distributed. A big thing is the policy committee puts the endorsement on projects. And the federal government is going to, at the Federal Highway Administration, is going to want to see that the policy committee is in consensus on endorsements. They don't want to be drawn into controversies. So it's very important for our political representatives to discuss projects together. It ensures that the federal highway policies and procedures are being met. Talked about the distribution of funds. It oversees the fiscal year breakdown of funding, the programming of funding, the scheduling of funding. We do all that work at the technical committee, and we bring that forward to the policy committee. And to be honest with you, all of the work is done. We present it to them, and they make the final voting action. The policy committee member works closely with the VDOT Richmond District Highway Department offices with programming and planning. Attached to your brief package is a sample document of what we need to submit to the Secretary of the MPO. We need to use that document as our format document and put the names of our representatives in there, and then authorize the mayor and the city manager to sign that form. Again, it's in your packet. It's the membership form, and that's all there really is to it. And I will say the meetings at the MPO they're on Thursdays. They start right at 4:30, and it's very rare that they're not over by 5:30. It goes very fast because what we bring them is all organized and it's already been pretty thought out unless there's some debate. And in my 5 years of being there, generally that debate has already pretty much been handled in the background. Okay? The next meeting, March the 10th, is the next meeting in the MPO. So whoever council chooses, I'd like to be able to submit to the secretary who the updated representatives will be. Should I say the end?
Yes, sir.
The end?
Thank you. Thank you so much. And you need to have this by your next meeting, Mr. Butler? No?
March 10th.
March 10th? March 10th?
Yeah, I said March 10th in our council action form because the next meeting is March the 12th. So I didn't really confirm if March 10th is our next council meeting, but it would be nice to have it to submit to the secretary of the MPO at the next March meeting.
Okay, thank you.
So we do have a meeting on the 25th.
Madam Clerk, can you flag this for a closed session conversation for appointees and to put it on the next meeting agenda for a vote? So we can give that to Mr. Butler. So put it in closed session and open meeting, please. The next item that we have on our agenda is R3, City Council Strategic Plan. Mr. Altman.
So, council had asked, as we know, council did their annual retreat over the summer, developed the framework for the strategic plan, the goals and objectives, and then staff in October worked on developing some action plans, and then staff, council had asked that we provide some timeframes, costs, and if any additional staff was needed to implement some of those items. So on the second page of your third page of the presentation or the PowerPoint, we have council's revised strategic goals and objectives, which the planning areas are housing, health and wellness, infrastructure, public safety, economic development, education and workforce development, community and cultural development. The housing goal or objective is to ensure safe, decent, sanitary, high-quality, affordable housing options for renters and homeowners at all income levels and stages of life. Health and wellness is to enhance resources and conditions that affect where residents live, learn, work, and play, that affect their mental, spiritual, and physical health outcomes and life expectancy. Infrastructure is to improve the overall appearance, functionality, and perception of the city by providing, we edited the word excellent and said high-quality public facilities.
Excuse me, Mr. Altman.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna ask for Mr. Briggs to come down to put up the other presentation so the public can see what you're referring to for a moment. I know he's, oh, there he is. I don't know what format this is. We can rotate the, there it is. You see a little icon? See by the plus sign, there's an icon that goes like this beside it. Yep. It rotates the screen. The little icon right there. Thank you. And Mr. Altman, when you're going through your presentation, council did not talk about your staff's recommended revisions to some of the items that we have. So if you can include that, if it's on a page for us to annotate, that'd be great. And you can just take it back from where you were, please.
So, forward, one more.
Right there.
Thank you.
So, when we look at health and wellness, we added life expectancy to that goal, strategic goal. And then when we look at infrastructure, we deleted the word excellent and added high quality public facilities, core services, and neighborhood investment. Public safety, we actually made the biggest change. What was there was to provide a safe, secure environment to strengthen internal and external perceptions of the city by improving cross-collaboration with strategic partners and enhance community relationships. Staff revised that to say, provide safe, secure, and protected environment to strengthen the community as well as internal and external perceptions of the city by improving cross-collaboration with strategic partners and enhancing community relationships. No change to economic development, which was to fully implement an integrated economic development plan that yields equitable job opportunities for all Hopewell citizens, enhances our tax base, and increases internal and external foot traffic in all commercial areas of the city. We did make a minor change in the education and workforce development piece. Strengthen the education system and the workforce development. We deleted the word pipeline, and that shouldn't say change this word. To promote higher graduation rates, and enhance learning and opportunities, and a skilled workforce prepared for high quality job opportunities. In the last, we added some language to the end. Enhance resources to support citizens from all walks of life with comprehensive community services, civic events, and opportunities for civic engagement. Implement strategic plans and initiatives that promote equity in all policies and cross collaboration between city service providers and stakeholders. The next item was the cross-cutting implementation strategies that were developed by council to establish clear roles, accountabilities, and guidelines between city council and administration. Establish key initiatives under each strategic plan domain. Implement branding marketing campaigns to internal and external audiences. Establish data-driven decision-making and accountability processes grounded in citywide data dashboard, which we spoke of earlier. Establish mechanisms to foster collaborative services and resources, dealing with the Community Enhancement Initiative, which was discussed earlier under the Cities of Opportunity. Increase opportunities for civic engagement. Enhance city-to-citizen communication channels. And finally, adopt equity in all policies framework. The first area of council's strategic area was housing. And the discussion at the council advance was regarding much of the existing housing stock is antiquated and not attractive to home buyers. This is an obstacle to new middle and upper income residents. In the past, there's been significant pushback to replace antiquated neighborhoods. Old workforce housing is primarily rental with a lot of transient renters. Blight and landlord accountability is a challenge. Home ownership is inaccessible to people in different income levels, so we were looking for data to back that up. One of the things we looked at was a creditworthiness issue that I believe Councilor Randolph brought up at the meeting at 30 to 35% of income max for housing. And finally, the last piece from the council advance was a comprehensive housing improvement plan is already complete. While outdated, it can be relooked at and updated for today's context.
And so when you go through the rest of these, since you covered the overall changes to the recommendations, you can go to the table. I just want to make sure council understood the overall changes to the goals.
So you just want to look at the
target dates,
right. So our first objective under housing was to update and implement a comprehensive housing blueprint. Our champion for that is Mrs. Griffin, with supporting staff of Mr. Ward and Mr. Benham at the Housing Authority. So the key tasks and objectives were to conduct an internal review of the existing housing plan. Staff is looking at starting that in April of this year with no additional cost using current staff. Developing a housing education campaign also beginning in April. Again, no cost and current staff. instead of identifying secure funding, we looked at needed revisions to the housing plan based on comprehensive plan vision and goals, strategic planning goals, and town hall input. Looking to begin that in June of this year, again using current staff. Conduct a formal review of the draft plan by the Planning Commission and Council in the July timeframe, again current staff. Looking at having approval of the revised comprehensive housing plan by the end of this calendar year. The second objective would be to strengthen policies to shift responsibility of wastewater, trash, and stormwater fees to landlords from tenants. So this ties to our CAFR, where currently those 3 bills are sent out, and they're the responsibility of the individual living, not necessarily the owner of the property, but whoever lives there. So the concerns and what we face are when we have tenants in a transient nature of our community, that tenant moves owing us money, we have no way to track that person down to collect those funds. So the thought was to look at how could we tie that fee to the owner of the property versus the tenant. Mr. Watson and Mr. Byerly are the champions with some supporting work from Ms. Robinson. I will say that we did have a meeting already with this item, and I know Ms. Robinson was looking into some items after getting a good understanding of what we were talking about. I think because this is the first time we've had this conversation with her regarding it. So the legal research is ongoing. We'd like to have some, we have this item here with regard to develop proposed legislation for General Assembly if needed, because if we find through our legal research we're not able to do what we want to do, we may need to have some code changes suggested that would have to go to the General Assembly for the next session. We would look to do that in the September-October timeframe of this year. Developing policies whenever that were to occur, if we needed to have General Assembly action, of course, that would typically be, if it were approved, probably effective July 1st of the following year, and then from there, developing policies and procedures over the next 6 months, and then implementing those policies and procedures once they're completed. Now, if we don't have to go to the General Assembly for one of those items, we can begin implementing those policies and developing them earlier, but just the thought that we may have to take that step. And out of that meeting, I think we looked at what we can do in shifting the stormwater fee responsibility as an item added to the real estate tax bill, something that Chesterfield does currently as a flat fee, the total up for the year, split it in half, and add that to the real estate tax fee, which would then hit the property owner. They would be paying that fee. So we would definitely see increase in stormwater fee collections, still having to deal with trash and sewer on a separate track. The third item was objective 3, to require a business license to operate individual rental properties. This is something that was discussed by council. Again, Mr. Dane in this case is the champion, with Mrs. Griffin and Ms. Robinson as champion or supporting staff. We would need to conduct some legal research, maybe 3 months to do that, depending upon what Ms. Robinson would find, potentially a little bit longer. Again, if we would need legislation, we'd have to go through the General Assembly route again, because we may not be able to require an individual property owner to get a business license to rent that house. But the thought process behind that for the citizens was that rental house really functions as an individual business. So getting a business license to operate that business. Again, we need to develop policies and procedures to implement that process, about 6 months, and then depending upon whether we have to go the route of General Assembly or not, that's to be determined when we could implement. And it may take us again, if the General Assembly is involved, if it were to be approved, potentially July of next year when it will become effective. The fourth item would be to rewrite our zoning ordinance to a form-based code. Ms. Griffin is the champion with supporting staff of Mr. Ward. Research form-based code, which is ongoing now. They've used some existing funds within their department budget to attend a form-based code seminar to look at what we would need. And the form-based code piece in our comp plan deals with downtown, the downtown area, which is not just downtown, but it's a larger area within our comp plan. We would look to secure some funding in the 20 to 21 timeframe to move forward, draft an RFP. We think it could cost up to $200,000 to undertake the zoning ordinance rewrite, and then once that is completed, look to implement the form-based code, which would be potentially in the timeframe of 23 to 24. Objective 5 is rental inspection program revision. This item, which was review the existing program, which is ongoing. We actually had a presentation at council's last, was it the last one? Yeah, they're running together. So recently, the last meeting, doing some additional research on existing other rental programs in the city and presenting those findings. We did that in January, and I think we're bringing that back this next meeting for council to review our recommendation with regard to changes to be made. Implementation would be approximately 3 months, but the proposal would be to add another full-time inspector and a part-time administrative assistant to keep that process moving, because if we're gonna do that, and I know when we first developed the rental inspection program years ago, that's what we made the recommendation. We needed to have a full-time dedicated inspector to the program and a part-time administrative assistant to keep that paperwork flowing, because we wanna be moving and getting those inspections done. So we anticipate that would be about $100,000. Objective 6, dealing with renter rights and advocacy. Ms. Griffin, again, is the champion with Mr. Ward, Mr. Spicer, and Mr. Benham as supporting staff. Key tasks to determine if landlord-tenant councils are allowed in the Commonwealth, determine support the state allows localities to provide, review the landlord-tenant council's best practices. That's targeted for September of this year. Foster partnership with organizations that provide rental advocacy services early part of next year, and improve education and access to organizations that provide those services for housing advocacy early to mid part of 21. Objective 6 under housing is this continued. Consider development of a housing office financial opportunity center that provides services to include but not limited to tenant rights, fair housing, rental assistance, landlord rights, first-time homebuyer education, financial literacy, and creditworthiness. Office space will be provided by the city. Services provided through partnerships with housing and community development agencies. Target date of 22. Potential cost $250,000 with regard to staffing and upfit in the office space, and you would use that to hire a housing coordinator. Develop policies and procedures for a citizen housing advocacy group in 22. No cost, no staffing. Determine a system to track and resolve housing complaints, again in 22. And appoint a citizen housing advocacy group in 22. Objective 7, public housing plan. The champion for that would be Mr. Benham at the Housing Authority. Supporting staff would be the HRHA staff and Ms. Griffin. We did make some changes in the key activities there. Present a plan to redevelop public housing using a variety of development concepts to include mixed income communities. Target date of 2021. Report on significant maintenance issues and capital improvements to include lighting and security cameras, which would be something that could be done this year. 8, which is the pathway to home ownership, we deleted that one. It was looked at and combined with objective number 10, which we'll get to. Number 9 was homesteading program for city and school employees. Ms. Griffin is the champion and Mr. Ward is supporting staff. Review existing homesteading programs. And for those that aren't familiar with that, it would be basically an incentive program for city and school employees to live in the city, providing potentially down payment assistance or other items. Review existing programs that would occur this year. Develop a program with incentives for consideration, secure some funding for that program, and present a draft program to council for approval. We think about in 21, potentially $50,000 would be the cost for the first year. 10, what we did was instead of saying first-time homebuyer program, we made that into pathways to home ownership to include public housing, which the objective 8 was dealing only with public housing. So combining those two objectives into one. Research, again, Ms. Griffin is the champion, Mr. Ward, Mr. Benham, and Mr. McCoy as support staff. Research funding programs available from financial institutions, beginning that work in March of this year. Review existing program, family self-sufficiency, again in March. Define needed partnerships in May of this year. Develop a program for council review by the end of the year, and identify funding sources and establish partnerships to have that ongoing. Implement the program. We're looking at about $70,000 cost for additional HRHA staff. And my apologies for that. Well, in the printed piece, you can't really see it that well. Objective 11, which is the last under housing, would be to brand our neighborhoods. Ms. Griffin is the champion and Mr. Ward is the supporting staff. And this is an item that's actually, I believe, in our comprehensive housing plan for the city. Identify the subdivisions, not only by using the maps, but you're also going to talk to the residents because they identify their neighborhood potentially a little bit differently. Look at that in 2021. Develop program guidelines, gain approval from council again in 21. Hold meetings to determine neighborhood boundaries and specific distinctions. And this will be rolling from 21 through 25 to try to hit all of our neighborhoods in the city. Establish distinctive branding signs. So we're looking at some of that information now, and then ultimately secure funding and implement the program looking at 2021, and that could be between $50,000 to $250,000 depending upon how aggressive we wanted to be, but also looking at potentially hiring a neighborhood planner to really facilitate this program and other programs that we have dealing with neighborhood revitalization. If we want to really get into our neighborhoods, we're going to have staff dedicated to that objective and not just relying on existing staff to try to do that within their day-to-day. If we're really serious about neighborhood and housing revitalization work, we're going to have to dedicate some resources to that. The next objective was health and wellness. The guidance from council was access to healthy foods across the city is a challenge. With only 3 full-service grocery stores, most of the city can be considered a food desert. While the city has invested in significant outdoor recreation opportunities, our river walks, our parks, our fields, it is important to continue to improve accessibility and quality to ensure equitable recreational opportunities for all Hopewell citizens. And there's a general lack of access to behavioral health resources. I'm not going to go through all the potential priorities or initiatives. The first action plan objective is healthy food accessibility. The champion is Mr. Dane, supported by Ms. Griffin, Mr. Ward, Mr. Reed Miller, Ms. English, and the Hopewell Downtown Partnership. Review the LFLP map for food deserts. We're targeting that this March and April. Do an economic development assessment of potential sites and stores. We're currently working on that, and that's ongoing. Expand and implement an effort for local food, local places, which is ongoing. And seek alternative options for targeted healthy food availability, again ongoing. Objective number 2, expand and increase public awareness of healthy eating, active living, or HEAL. Our champion is Mr. Reed Miller with supporting staff of Ms. Griffin. Establish a vision, goals, and a structure for the initiative in 2021 with an estimated cost of $2,000 but no additional staff. Develop a marketing and branding plan in 2022 at an estimated cost of $10,000. Identify additional resources and partnerships in 2021. And develop a health and wellness program division featuring healthy eating education, fitness programming, and community outreach activities in 2023. Cost of approximately $90,000 for additional staff, operating expenses, and supplies, etc. Objective number 3, to improve accessibility and quality of equitable recreation resources. Again, our champion is Mr. Reed Miller, supported by the Parks and Rec staff. Here we would identify areas of improvement for accessibility to recreational opportunities, looking at target date of 2022 and an estimated cost of $100,000. Initiate discussions with the Resource Conservation District Council and the Virginia Environmental Endowment to inquire about availability of resources in 2021. Develop and expand the citywide trail plan in 2023 at an estimated cost of $10,000. Identify outdoor fitness diversify outdoor fitness opportunities throughout the city. target date of 2024 at a cost of approximately $125,000. Objective 3 continued, extend the Riverwalk to the marina, that is ongoing. Phase 2 we're working on. And then create a parks master plan in 2023 at an estimated cost of $50,000. Objective number 4, improve access to behavioral health resources. The champion here is Mr. Dane, supported by Mr. Spicer and the District 19 staff. One-stop service center for behavioral health services, which is ongoing. We've established our one-stop center over at the former EMS, well, not Hopewell Emergency Crew Building, and District 19 is located there. That was estimated at a cost of $10,000. Increase community awareness of Medicaid expansion, looking to do that in April through June of this year, and then build partnerships with John Randolph Medical Center to increase community engagement the latter half, July through December of this year. The next strategic area is infrastructure. The guidance from council was prior plan focused on infrastructure and beautification in the downtown area. This has been a long-term effort with great results. Investments in infrastructure and related economic development activities should broaden to other areas of the city with a focus on the Fort Lee Route 36 corridor. Moving into our action plans. The first objective was improve the reliability of infrastructure and equipment. Champions would be Mr. Butler and Mr. Badiata. The supporting staff would be the engineering and stormwater staffs. Develop a life cycle funding plan for both stormwater and paving infrastructure improvements. That approximately take a year to complete that. Develop a 5-year plan for paving and stormwater improvements, which is ongoing. And update the curb and gutter policy, which would take approximately 3 months. Objective number 2, expand, repair, or replace roads, stormwater, and sewer infrastructure. Again, Mr. Butler and Mr. Badiata, engineering and stormwater staffs as the support. We're looking at flood remediation, so we have areas within the city that we know from our history and past experience that are subject to flooding. Review those, that would take about a year to develop and review all of those areas, and to develop a funding strategy to implement the goal, which would take enough review in conjunction with the review. Objective number 3, implement watershed implementation plan, or WIP, phase 3.
Excuse me.
The champion would be Mr. Byerly and again Mr. Badiata. Supporting staff would be water renewal and stormwater staffs. We would assess the impact of the WIP 3 on water sewer service, which is ongoing. And we had the resolution at the last council meeting expressing concerns with the potential increased requirements of DEQ for further nutrient reduction when we're at the limits of technology at our plant today. And also assess the impact of WIP 3 on stormwater services, which we're working on and ongoing, and develop funding plans. And the reason that says to be determined is we're waiting for what DEQ's ultimate outcome will be, and then we'll move forward in our path once we know what we're gonna have to do as far as nutrient reduction is gone. The next area is public safety. The guidance from council was, while violent crime is up in very specific areas, overall crime is down and lower than the state. Much of the violent crime is committed by people who live outside the city, and fear of crime and public perception is a significant problem. The first objective was for police to develop a departmental strategic plan for police to address community engagement, crime control, and prevention, traffic safety, and enhanced infrastructure. The champion here is Chief Aspel, and the police department staff as supporting staff. He is currently partnering with VCU to facilitate a strategic plan, so that's ongoing. Identifying core members from the department to develop the plan, which is ongoing. Conducting internal meetings, which they've been having. Seeking input from the community to incorporate council mandates. Some of that will be determined. We did have the citywide crime summit, which we're still waiting, unfortunately, on VCUs to send us the notes from that meeting, but that will be looked at and incorporated, and I know the chief is also looking at other opportunities to do community outreach as part of this process. And then draft, review, finalize, and implement the plan, that will occur on a to-be. We're continuing objective 1 on the next page. Identifying a vision for the police department and community, which occurred in December of 19. First draft of the strategic plan we're looking at to be completed this month. A rollout of the draft to seek this additional input from the community would be in March. We're looking to finalize the plan in March. Implement the strategic plan in day-to-day activities. So you're living in that those objectives every day would be occurring in April, and then provide quarterly updates for each objective in the first year, beginning March through March of 2021. The second objective was for fire and EMS to promote a prepared and resilient community through capability building, planning, and community partnerships. Champion is Chief Hunter. Support staff is Mr. Rupert and the fire department staff. First objective is to update our city's emergency operation plan, which would begin in August of this year. Incorporate regional JIC, FAC, and recovery frameworks into the city's EOP. So those are some great acronyms that we have in our emergency operation plan. Have those done in December of this year and begin a continuity of operations planning for departments 6 months from the implementation. So continuity of operations, for those that don't know, would be if something were to happen to this building, would I be able to take my laptop and continue to work somewhere else and not just have to shut the city down? So looking at what we need to do to have continuity of operations for all of our departments, looking at their specific building and their specific needs, and how we continue to provide services to the city during such an event. Objective 2 continued on the next page, which would need to operationalize additional specialty teams for flammable liquid response and emergency management support operations. That's currently ongoing. We're in discussions of that. That could be a step of 5% for their career development plan. Again, build a pre-planning database for industry and special hazard and risk facilities in the city for all first responders. That time frame is to be 18 months, working with GIS and we'd have some data costs potentially. Staff there would be GIS code and fire, but no additional staff would be needed. Leveraging our relationships with surrounding jurisdictions to integrate radio systems for better coverage and sharing of mutual aid resources. That's ongoing. Here it says depends on provider for Prince George and Dinwiddie. I've been in conversation since I arrived with the county administrators in Prince George and Dinwiddie about their radio projects. We are a Motorola system. Prince George went with Harris, which we thought may cause some challenges for interoperability. Right now, what happens today, and we've had this happen, is we've had an officer on a pursuit leave the city, go to Prince George County, and we can't talk to them because we can't communicate through their radio system. The only way we were able to keep track is Prince George officers would see our officer, call their dispatch, who would call us to let us know. So what happens if that officer gets out of the car, we don't know what happens. So looking at having interoperability with our surrounding jurisdictions is what we're looking at. Dinwiddie, it looks like they will be making a decision on their radio system soon, but what we've learned is if both of those communities were to go Harris, or if Dinwiddie went Motorola, we could find a way to make the Harris handhelds work within our system so we could have interoperability with our other jurisdictions. So while we had that incident where the officer leaves Hopewell and goes into Prince George, we would still be able to talk with that officer. But more importantly, if we had another event, say like with the tornado in Colonial Heights with the Walmart, when we all arrive on scene, we can all talk to one another. So that becomes a public safety issue regionally, which potentially could also save us money regionally if we're looking at maintenance of our cores for our radio system. We may not have to have a core if Prince George, Dinwiddie has a core, and maybe we factor in Petersburg has a core. So we're looking at those things to see what we can do collectively that may save us some costs, but also provide us good protection from a public safety perspective. Objective number 3 for fire and EMS was to pursue accreditation and their ISO rating. Champion again is Chief Hunter. Supporting staff is Mr. Rupert and the fire staff. Increased workforce to the National Fire Protection Association standards for single house fire response. That's ongoing. Staffing they would like to have additional 4 persons per shift. That's an estimated cost of $690,000 annually. Of course, replace the current fire stations with a new modern fire station. That's ongoing. Estimated cost of the new station would be about $11 million. Purchase a platform ladder truck to address current and new development in the city. 18 months to accomplish that because we'd have to place an order and then it takes about 18 months for that piece of apparatus to arrive. Estimated cost of the ladder truck would be $1.6 million. Begin the process of department accreditation, looking at that to start 2 years from now. Approximate cost of $45,000 for accreditation administration, and improve our ISO rating, starting that a year to 18 months from now, at a cost of potentially $200,000 with regard to potential equipment needs to improve our rating. That item continued. Develop community paramedic program in partnership with John Randolph Medical Center. We're looking at a 2-year process to potentially get that up and running at a cost of $200,000, but that would add 4 paramedics potentially to our ranks. And so why that becomes critical for us is today we are running 98% of the EMS calls in the city. Where it used to be the Hopewell emergency crew ran the majority of our calls, and all of them during the evening when the volunteers were on staff. They have not been able to staff their station to run calls. So we're running about 98%. We're running over 4,000 calls a year. But what happens to us is we may be out on calls, and if we get a 3rd or 4th call, we have to take an engine to that response because our 2 ambulances are already out. So looking at adding additional paramedics, so we still have our dedicated fire staff, so if something happens from a fire perspective, we can still respond to that and still address the needs of our citizens with regard to EMS service. The next item was to improve fire and EMS personnel retention through parity in pay and career development. Chief was looking to try to start that during the budget process at $150,000. Develop highly skilled workforce through continued training and exercise to address the ever-changing response environment, approximately about 6 months. That would be looking at, again, career development, developing a specialty teams at approximately a 5% cost increase. The next strategic planning item is economic development. The guidance from the council was to continue to build on downtown revitalization, but expand the focus to the Fort Lee Route 36 areas. Immediate focus should be to grow current industry base from our industry, our healthcare, but also establish longer-term goals of recruiting new industry, such as tech. Our first objective under the economic development is a branding initiative. Mr. Dane is our champion, supported by Ms. English, Ms. Griffin, and Mr. Reed Miller. Looking at developing an RFP, which would occur about 60 days after funding is approved. We estimate that cost of developing a plan at $125,000, looking to do that during the upcoming fiscal year through a budget request for a marketing consultant. Issue the RFP, it would be on the street for about 45 days. Begin the process of developing a new brand, take about 120 days, and then release that new brand once we come up with a decision within 60 days. Second item was to look at our economic development incentives. Again, Mr. Dane is the champion, supported by Ms. English and Ms. Griffin. And those that don't know, Ms. Griffin's involvement is from the enterprise zone perspective, since she manages that program. Conduct an annual review of all of our incentive programs. We would do that in the January-February timeframe of each year. Present proposed changes to council for review and approval with the March and the budget submission. Develop marketing brochures and documents for all incentive programs if there were any changes for that in the May-June timeframe. And then when July, the new budget year, were to come in, we would implement the new and revised incentives. Continuing on with number 3, which is the commercial development, expansion, and retention. Mr. Dane, again, the champion, Ms. English and Ms. Griffin are the supporting staff. develop a parcel portfolio for Route 36 corridor, which we intend to have completed this July. Assist the EDA with updating the citywide economic development plan. That would begin in 2021 at a cost of potentially $5,000. And continue to work with developers on projects in the Marina District, which is always ongoing because we're always looking to bring additional folks in. Continuing with objective number 3, we would look to continue with developers on projects in the downtown district, and then develop a small area plans for the 15th Avenue and Arlington Road's Five Forks corridors, looking to do that in the January-June of 2021 timeframe. Today we had a meeting that Ms. Griffin was fortunate enough to be contacted by VCU. So their master's degree planning students are working on a small portion of City Point Road that we might be able to utilize a similar effort to look at these areas in the future. Objective number 4, which is the industrial expansion and retention. Again, Mr. Dane is our champion, supported by Ms. English. Meet with industrial representatives quarterly throughout the year. Market available parcels to include site categorization and placement on the Virginia Economic Development webpage. That's an ongoing effort. And undertake a site analysis of the Davisville property as a future industrial site. So we would look at next year, April 2021, and as council knows, when we had the rezoning earlier this year for the property, one of the objectives of the Housing Authority is the relocation of the residents out of the Davisville, Bland Court area to other areas of the city, and then what we would do to backfill and utilize that property. Our view is it's a good opportunity for a light industrial site, given where it's located and what it's surrounded by. That makes the most sense to us. So as they're moving forward with their plans for the relocation of the Davisville Bland Court residents, we would then look at doing a site analysis to support future needs. Education and workforce development, as I said before, we didn't get into that piece. We really need to work with the schools on that. Don't want to step on any toes over at the school board office with regard to developing that. But some of the items that came out of that discussion at council was significant progress has been made in K through 12 education with accreditation of the school system. There is a lack of skilled and productive workforce has resulted in many unfilled jobs in the current industry, as well as an obstacle to recruiting new industry. So we did have representatives from industry come and talk about their workforce development needs, which is helping drive some of that project for us. While there are a number of potential workforce development building blocks, today's system is fragmented and does not support effective career pipelines. And the workforce development initiative should focus on the short term and on preparing and recruiting workers for existing jobs, but work towards a longer term goal of creating a skilled workforce for new industries. The next strategic initiative was community and cultural development, and out of council's advance, council's stated individuals and families and communities throughout Hopewell are challenged with lower education levels, lower incomes, and other social challenges. In addition, there is a lack of citizen and community engagement throughout the city. So the action plans to address that strategic initiative include Objective 1, which is culture and history. Ms. Griffin is our champion, supported by Mr. Reed-Miller, Mr. Ward, and Ms. Martinez. Develop a plan for creating a variety of culturally centered special events, looking to begin that in 2022 at a potential cost of $75,000 and adding a staff member. Identify and assess historic assets and create a preservation and maintenance plan to ensure proper care. 1 year to do that with existing staff and no additional cost. Develop a tourism plan highlighting historic assets and sites throughout the city. That's ongoing with a potential cost of $155,000 to add potentially 4 staff members. Objective 1 continued onto the next page. Develop a plan to establish a City Point History Museum. Target date to have that completed within a year. Estimated cost of $100,000 by utilizing a consultant. And as the council knows, we have purchased property within City Point that we feel may be the potential location for this, but we need to go through, and as we talked at the last meeting, there's several steps to go through to stabilize the building, to make sure we can utilize it in the fashion that we want. So that's where we say we may need some assistance to do that. And then develop a historic marker program throughout the city. Look at that. I believe that would take us approximately 6 months using existing staff at no additional cost. Objective number 2, which is family resources. Our champion is Mr. Reed Miller, supported by Mr. Spicer and Dr. Hackney. To assess and evaluate current child care options within the city, looking to do that in 2021. Develop a plan for before and after school and preschool programming offered by Recreation and Parks, again in 2021. Implement before and after school program at Hopewell City Public Schools in 2022 at a potential cost of $250,000, a staffing of 26 people, probably majority of which part-timers, looking at pushing those programs to the schools to provide the service there as opposed to centralized service. Develop a master plan for the Hopewell Community Center in 2022 at a cost of $75,000. Continuing on, conduct a gap analysis of family-oriented services providers in the city in 2021. Explore options for healthcare subsidies and incentives to high-quality child care accessible to all families, 2023. Moving on to objective 3, which is community services and engagement. Establish a centralized office for delivery of community services. That's ongoing. Pardon me, the champion is Mr. Dane, supported by Mr. Spicer and Dr. Hackney. Recruit new service providers to city to improve access to resources. That is ongoing. Develop a marketing plan to effectively share information regarding available resources and services. Looking at doing that in the September-December timeframe of this year. Continuing with number 3, develop a plan to establish adult education opportunities, January through July of 21. And that concludes all of our action plans for the strategic plan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Altman. Does anyone have any questions? The first slide I see is Counselor Pelham.
Yes, question 1 is, what happened to the rental inspectors? I think you told me before, and the admin that we had added when we first started the program. I know they evolved into a different position. Is that true? Will they come back, or are you talking about brand new people?
What we have now is 4 positions for combination inspectors, and they handle property maintenance and building inspections and also our spotlight program. There's no one person that concentrates on the rental inspection. And what we're saying is, in order to sustain that program and to have it to be the most efficient, we need one person only doing rental inspection and an administrative staff, because the state code requires several different letters to be sent out and to be followed up upon by the administrative staff.
But how many people did we hire with the administrative staff? 2 inspectors and 1 admin?
Right now, we have.
No. What did we initially hire? 2?
I'm not sure what you initially hired.
So initially, we hired an inspector, and this was over when it was in fire, so I think we had an inspector and a part-time admin at that point in time initially.
And those persons evolved into her?
Yeah, so when code came over to development in 2007 or 8, those staff members came over, but when they came over, the part-time position was vacant and it was not filled and it was dropped. So we got the one admin that was assisting code at the time, so that's the position that Ms. Griffin currently has. But that Ms. Griffin has that. So currently, prior to the change, there was an admin assisting code over in fire, and we had an admin in development. When that came over, that part-time position that was for the part-time admin position for rental inspection was dropped and was never refilled.
Okay, and went so fast. Career development. Then we also, I remember a couple of years back, placed in the budget on a continuing basis career development for safety officers, police and fire. So why do we have to initiate money to put that back?
These would be additional additional teams that would be created beyond what's currently there.
So you mean when new personnel come on, or,
Well, no, so,
I mean,
just
just adding?
pulling out, so one of the items was, a phone team that deals with, we have a phone truck now. Or currently you may have,
I'm listening.
a tactical rescue team that's in your current career development plan, but if you added a swift water rescue team, that would be a new team, and that's where the additional funding would come in for the additional team. You do have, and you're correct, you do have money in the budget for annually, but this will be, if you created a new team, additional funding for that new team.
No other question. Can you also get with housing and provide us an update? What are they planning to do with the property purchase to move the citizens? And what is the hang up with them reducing the number of persons in that to meet the requirement of the, current zoning?
Very good.
She says she knows now.
So the Housing Authority has informed me that they will be coming back to council to request the rezoning once again of the Winston Churchill property. And that was supposed to
Same
be.
request?
Yes, and they can do the same request because it's been over a year. The ordinance says they can't come back in the year with that same request, but you do have new council members now from the previous time that the decision was made, so they will be coming back to you. My thought is that will be in April or May of this year.
Thank you. And will you tell them to make sure their report is complete with how many vouchers they're gonna have to give to the person that wanna, even if we had approved the 6 to 8 houses that they wanted, apartments, still left, whatever, 52 people who were out of housing, so they need to be more exact with what their plans are. Thank you.
Does anyone else have any? Are you done? Does anyone else, Councilor Randolph?
Mr. Altman, under public safety objective number 1 for the police, you listed that they had a target date of December 2019 for their identified vision for PD and community. Do you know whether that target date was met?
Yes.
And so could you please have whoever the champion is to give you whatever their outcome was so that we could see that? That would be great, thank you.
So you want to just forward the vision that they developed as part of their plan.
That's correct.
Councilor Parton?
For the health and wellness section, objective number 3, we talk about extending the Riverwalk to the marina for phase 2. And then we also talk about creating a parks master plan with a target date of 2023. I think what we should do is we should also look forward, and that once we finish phase 2, naturally the next thing to look forward to is a phase 3, which in my eyes would be extending the Riverwalk from the marina now over to Weston Manor itself. And so I think that that should be something that should be added in as a key task and activity, especially if we're looking out 4 years from now. And then under the community and cultural development, we're talking about developing a plan to establish a City Point History Museum, which I think is a good idea, and I think we all agree about that up here. But in addition to that, we do have Weston Manor here itself, which is a huge tourist attraction, and they're working on doing some renovations to their building and also building event space over there. So I think that would also be something good for the city to partner with. Not saying do it for them, but to partner with them and see where we can help them in that process. And then this next one idea that I had, and really it's from a conversation that we've had a couple times, Mr. Altman, is updating the city streets lighting. With a lot of problems that we've been having with crime, and a lot of our lights being the old is that correct? The sodium base.
Yep.
That we transfer over to LED lights, and so that way over time we save money in terms of efficiency itself, and then we also get more visible lighting in the neighborhoods to deter a lot of this activity or criminal activity. So, you know, I don't know where that should fall under, whether you consider that public safety or whether you consider that infrastructure.
I'd probably put it over in infrastructure, given who's gonna be dealing with it, Mr. Butler.
Okay. So is there a general consensus from council to add those into the strategic plan for for key tasks and activities?
Not real. Not me.
I don't mind adding them in, but I'd like to see what the staff, they're the ones that actually took our visions or our requests and formed them into what we see today.
Right.
I don't mind asking them their thoughts on the three ads that you want, just to see what it does to it. I don't have a problem with it.
Are you
Yeah,
gonna
when you phrase
respond
it
to?
that way, yeah, bring it
Well,
back
yeah.
to us and see how
Well,
we
yeah.
integrate it in there.
Yeah.
And also,
Well, we still gotta adopt the strategic plan in and of
Anyway, I
itself.
know.
Right.
So I mean, at least, you know, adding this in there means it's in there, and it's at least a discussion point that, you know, we're putting on our radar for the next 4 or 5 years.
but as it relates to the upgrade lighting, that was I know the project hasn't been finished, but a couple of years, 3 or 4 or 5 years ago, we were supposed to have a plan that did that on a continual basis, so that's not happening.
I can't answer if it is or isn't, but, I mean,
Do you
I can
remember?
go back to when I was here before, and we had a plan that we were trying to implement through the capital improvement
Right.
process, where we would do an area a year, working with Dominion to get that done, so we need to have,
See
work with,
where that is.
yeah, work with Mr. Butler and coordinate with Dominion to see where we are, and then what we would need to do to move forward.
And also, I thought we also already had a master plan, he jogged my memory to, for the parks. Do we already have a master plan?
We have a 2012 master plan
Yeah.
that was completed by a grad student. It is not a professionally done master
Okay.
plan.
So this is just something you wanna expand on?
No, this would take,
Redo it.
What they done to another level?
yes.
Okay, thank you.
Zach?
And thank you for all your work you and your staff has done, pretty complete, boring but complete.
Sounds like we got a little bit more work to do, but that's
sorry.
okay.
It was,
So
you were bored.
I have my questions. There are no other lights right now, so I have a few questions. Just piggybacking off of Councilor Pelham, I did write down that I was under the impression that we had a Parks Master Plan 2 years ago that was adopted by the Recreation Commission and Council. And so if that's not, can you just give us a 2012 one as a point of reference? But I thought that you also had a park improvement plan that you're operating from, correct? For the playgrounds.
We have a capital improvements project plan that highlights the next few years of capital projects. It essentially covers the bare necessity of upgrading playgrounds that we've identified as potentially dangerous, things that we need to get fixed as quickly as possible. It does not account for true expansion or growth or accessibility that's touched on in that other strategic plan, action plan.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So for right now, Mr. Altman, I'm tracking to give council the 2012 park plan.
That the VCU grad student did,
Yep.
and, well, Mrs. Griffin, I guess, provided the update of HRHA.
Yep.
And then we have the 3 items that Mr. Parton mentioned
To put back in.
to add to phase 3 for Where We Walk to Health and Wellness, partnering with Historic Hopewell Foundation with regard to Weston and the community and cultural, and then street lighting upgrades to infrastructure.
And then you have a note to bring the update council on the lighting plan with Mr. Butler.
Well, yeah, I was gonna add that as a strategic plan.
No, she asked
initiative.
where the status of where that plan
Okay.
is right now. And then also, Councilor Randolph asked for the police department's vision.
Yep.
All right, so then I'll wanna make sure we're tracking on those, asks. So I have wrote down mine. The first is under, I think it's objective number 3 for housing in terms of the, rental properties and business license. we've been talking about that for over a year. So my question is, why is that at the end of this year when it's a conversation that we've been having? Is there something that the city attorney, or staff, is there like a limitation on seeing what the law says with that? Cause it has like September timeframe.
We had not started looking at that. It had been a conversation that we've had to say what we wanted to do it. We tried to really be conservative and look at the dates, because there are a lot of things that we say we're gonna do, and we didn't wanna promise that we would do something quickly and it couldn't be done. So that's why we put it for September.
Okay,
And we have to have the city attorney review it.
Yeah, and so I wonder if we can look at that, because if we're gonna be having the rental inspection conversation soon, I think they kind of dovetail into one another
Okay.
in terms of looking at rental inspection properties, landlords, and that whole thing. So can you see, in terms of the other asks that council has made, to see, get with the city attorney to see what she thinks is possible in terms of providing research, at least to us, for your conversation, to see if that timeline that you have in here, if there's any adjustments there that you can add, and just add that to your update at the next meeting. That would be helpful. Thank you.
So,
My next item that I have on my list in terms of items for the cultural aspects, said to develop a plan for 2022. Is that to develop the plan in 2022? To start having the, I think you're the point of champion for that, Mr. Daniel, or is that, am I wrong?
Which,
The cultural plan, is that to develop one in 2022?
So the first item, develop a plan for creating a variety of culturally centered special events, 2022. That would be the, yeah, that's you.
yeah, that's.
It's you?
that's-
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's,
That was for the plan and implementation.
So to have the plan and have it implemented by 2022?
Yes.
Okay. Does that chart list when the plan conversations begin? Is that like something you're trying to do next year, the conversations, and try to
We
hopefully
would
have
begin the
something done?
conversations,
Okay.
but we did not feel that we could provide you something complete until that time.
Okay, just wanted clarification. Perfect. Thank you.
Some of the conversations have already taken place.
Okay. I have a few more items. My other observation is all the points regarding families and youth. The youth coordinator should be added as supporting staff to all of those, and if it deals with children and families. And then also, I think Mr. Daines championed on some of those, and the youth coordinator reports to Mr. Daines, so that would be a good supporting staff to add to those items. The other item that I have is culture plan. And this is for Director Griffin. In terms of, years ago, we had the conversation regarding wayfinding, and the then council wanted to appropriate funding each year to be able to pay for the wayfinding system. And that conversation pretty much is halted with the audits and all those other things. Is there an aspect of wayfinding in the branding part or the neighborhood brand? Is there any element of wayfinding anywhere in this, or do you think that we should drop that whole conversation because of the cost of it?
I don't think it should be dropped, but the neighborhood branding was totally separate than the wayfinding.
and
That
the
was
directional
totally
wayfinding for downtown and other areas in the community, that was all hinging on getting the branding done first, because
Correct.
that branding would have to be on that signage.
Correct. And we talked about that, but I don't see a part, it's not mentioned under branding. That's why I'm asking specifically if that was still the thought process.
Can you go back to the branding?
I don't think we did list that as,
Yeah, I don't think
as
it's-
a
I
next
don't
It just
step.
needs to be just included, so that way we just keep track
In
of
one of
that
the
thought
steps for
process.
branding?
In the branding,
Okay.
Well, actually, maybe we ought to move wayfinding into infrastructure, but note that it begins after branding's
Right.
completed.
Yeah, wherever you guys think it's best fitted, but just make sure we capture that in the
That's okay.
thing.
We have Okay. All right, we got it.
Thank you. So my ask, hopefully can be added with the rest of council's ask that's up here for continued conversation with council. My last thing is, I wanna thank the city manager for getting this. I know I was your best friend when it came time to getting this done, because I kept asking routinely where this was at. And I thank you for putting it in this format and actually taking care of all the asks in terms of target dates.
Apparently, we didn't take care of all the asks.
Well, I mean, no, you
Yeah.
did. You did
No, I
exactly
know.
what. Yeah, you did exactly what was given to
Yep.
you to do. So these are just additions to.
Yeah,
So I want to thank you for doing that. And you actually laid it out the way I was hoping for it to be laid out. The only thing I have next is for council in terms of keeping the ball rolling, because this has been a year-long process now, starting with the town halls and then the strategic advances, and then having this on the agenda in the fall and December, and then getting this done. So the next step would be to obviously talk about the additional requests tonight from staff recommendations, but then also we need to take this to the public for comment like we did the last time. And so my question is, obviously we know we're gonna be waiting on these other items to come back, and those conversations really shouldn't be that labor intensive, because quite frankly it's doing the same thing we did before, asking for staff to include the recommendations. So my question would be for council. I know we have to have further conversations overall about the plan before we adopt it, but normally during this process we get the public's feedback first, so we can figure out where we stand on the issues that we have in it, and then have conversations before adoption. And so with that being said, can we begin to figure out some tentative timeframes to begin to have the conversation with the public regarding the draft plan? Then we can come back and take that feedback and then the additional add-ins to figure out our next steps with the moving towards adoption. And just to repeat, this is what we did last time, to make sure we got the public feedback first, to make sure that we were moving in the right direction before we adopted anything. So.
Can I note one thing?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure, I can't speak for all the champions, but I know when we worked on our items, we did so based on the assumption that in the February or March timeframe at the latest, council would be approving this. If it goes beyond that, then some of these dates are naturally going to change.
And what was the time frame you said?
We were making the assumption that you would be approving the strategic plan in the February, March timeframe, so that we can then charge ahead. If it's later than that, then dates move some, so just so you're aware.
No, I'm with you. The sooner we can get this adopted, the better. It shouldn't take 2 years to get.
And one other item I wanted to share that Mr. Altman alluded to, we didn't want to get in the way of the schools or presume anything with schools with workforce development, but I know it's been very important to a couple of y'all in particular, but everybody in general. We are working hand in hand with them. I mean, I had a meeting just yesterday with the superintendent. We have a meeting with the John Tyler president coming up in the next couple of weeks. We're meeting back with industry and the people who came and the contractors and all that came to our meeting a year or so ago. We're meeting back with them shortly after that. We're in a process flow here trying to get to the point that we can submit a grant request to Go Virginia to fund the program.
Mm-hmm.
So we are making progress, but we're not leading. It's going to be owned by the schools.
Yeah. So with that, we do need to stick to the March timeframe because it is holding up a lot of different things behind it. If council's okay, can we look for some community date, at least 2 dates in late February, early March, to see if we can have a information session with members of the public if they want to come down to hear more about the plan. So I'm asking for late February, very early March.
Can I suggest staff look at it with the calendar, and also considering we in budget session time too? So you can work all that out and give us some suggestions. I mean, because I think everyone plans during budget time, you're gonna have more meetings anyway, so just give us some options.
Yeah, so we can kind of develop that input strategy and a timeline. So what we'll do is, as opposed to waiting for the next council meeting, we'll try to turn these around pretty quickly and email them back out to council so you can look at it.
Yeah.
Right.
And then if that way you can get any comments you may have back before we go out to the public. And then, obviously if we're gonna go to the public late February, early March, maybe targeting the latter part of March for the adoption piece, once we get input from the citizens.
Yep.
So,
And whenever you send this out to us, can you give us a deadline in writing as to when you guys definitely need feedback
Yeah.
back? And if we miss it, then we miss it, so we don't hold up
yeah.
anything.
And I'll include the caveat that silence equals agreement. So if you don't say anything, you just agree with everything we said.
Yep. But is everybody okay with it, what we just proposed in terms of timelines?
I'm actually pushing my button for my turn to talk.
Sorry, go ahead.
I have no problems with staff putting together a timeline for us to meet. I'd also like to hear tentatively what type of meeting you all anticipate would be best served by the community, and bring that all back to council
Right.
so that we can have some input as a body into that format of the meeting as well.
Madam Clerk, can you put that on the next meeting, or go ahead and put it on the agenda now to talk about the community information sessions for the strategic plan?
The 25th meeting,
Yes, of February.
say it again. I just want to make sure I
I
have.
don't remember what I said, community information sessions for the
okay.
strategic plan.
Okay.
And just go ahead and put that on there so we can, know that we're gonna have that conversation in March. Mr. Alvin, I'll get with you with the rest of this. And again, thank you all for your hard work.
Absolutely.
It's really, really appreciated.
They did a fabulous job. I mean, they did really, really good work in the October timeframe, and then after that, developing timelines and the sensitivity of understanding that a lot of people are champions or support staff and trying to balance all of that out so we're not overwhelming the same people all at once. So they did a fabulous job. So I really do appreciate all their hard work.
Okay.
Especially Ms. Griffin. I heard
Yeah.
your name 1,000 times.
Oh, yeah.
Look at
That's why with her stuff, there was people. There was lots of people added to help with that. And I feel her pain, because I remember the last time we did one of these.
That's why you weren't bored.
But see, you're the chair of the census committee, so we gotta get the word out anyway, so we can dub that into this other thing. But we're gonna move on to our
And actually,
four.
R4, we need to remove from the agenda this evening.
Okay. Is there updates so we can, so say we're just pulling it?
Just pulling it right. Go ahead.
In May of last year, the city actually received the Bank Street apartments from the property owner.
Garages.
Garages, excuse me, not the apartments, forgive me, the garages. They were built in 1960. They are metal and wood, and prior to coming to you, the ARB, Architecture Review Board, actually needs to hold a public hearing. They are recommending demolition of the garages. And so they, by the zoning ordinance, have to have a public hearing first. It is city-owned property, so after their public hearing, to get citizen input regarding demolition, we then will come back to you for that final decision.
Can't we just make a motion to do that?
Well, we think the zoning ordinance says that the ARB should hold a public hearing.
So we have to give them permission, do a motion for them to have a public hearing.
Not to have the public hearing, but to demolish the property, because it is city property.
Yeah.
So the first step is the ARB
Doing a
public hearing.
Okay.
So that's why we're pulling it from the agenda, because that has not happened. They'll do that on February 24th.
Thank you very
Ms.
much
Griffin,
for the
Yes.
update.
Is there a reason why they didn't have it already?
We were really trying to see if there was anything substantial and worth any money inside of the Bank Street garages, and trying to figure out if we can use that property for other uses. We have kind of exhausted that, and we see that they should be demolished. So we're kind of doing some research before they make that decision.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Gonna move on to reports of the city attorney. Number 1 is directive to city attorney, Ms. Robinson.
Yes, Mayor Gore, members of council, at your last meeting, there was a request or directive for me to place on today's agenda your rule dealing with the limitations, the time limitations on speaking. And so if you look at page 217 in your packet, what we have is Rule 203, which is your current rule dealing with the limitations on discussion. as well as the proposed Rule 2-9 that address the same subject matter, and which will be before you all for further consideration at your work session next week. But again, this is presented in response to the directive to place that on the agenda. The second part of that request, ma'am, was also to go through your current rules to find the provision that addressed how to make amendments to motions. We do not have that in our current rules. We had spoken about that in our Robert's Rules training, and so that particular provision is not before you. So just Rule 203.
Thank you. And for the rule that you have at the top in black is the existing rule, and then what you have proposed is a trim down of it. And we've had several conversations about this, and so I just want clarity before we go into any other meetings regarding this. I did make a mistake earlier regarding work sessions. Councilor Pelham is correct. Outside of that, just want to make sure, council, is there any other recommendations regarding this so we can vote to put that in effect so we can move on and have better meetings? Councilor Pelham?
Yeah, why did you place motion to amend the substitute shall be charged against the time limitation?
Okay, so if you look at the bottom half of that page, I've got two different proposed versions.
Right.
One does not address the amendments and one does. And each of those new versions, for lack of a better term, have been designed to basically address the complaints and the comments that I've heard since I've gotten here. So there's been a question as to whether or not the time runs when you're just commenting before a motion is made. Does it go to the amended motions? Each of these in its own way is trying to address those comments. And so you have the authority to kind of adopt whatever rule you want. These are just suggestions based on, again, what I've heard. I thought that if you just started the clock running, that would be the easiest thing. We wouldn't start counting the numbers of time. And the first version is probably a more faithful effort to keep what you currently have in place. The second version really, I think, is more clear, but it just sort of says, okay, as long as you stay within your time, except for amendments, you can just speak. And I think that's also clear, but it's really going to be in your discretion which way you want to go, if you want to go any place at all.
Or do you need to, so you eliminated the 3 talking within that one, right?
Yes,
okay,
yes.
So it's total 10 minutes.
So it's a total of 10 minutes, but you still are staying somewhat true to the fact that everyone gets a chance to speak, as many times as the other. So
I got you.
People may not exhaust their number, but as long as they're offered the opportunity, you're okay.
What's your number?
So, as stated, I've placed on the agenda last year for us to go over our rules so we can try to hash out some of the disparities and some changes that some members of council would like to make, so that way it's in black and white and can be enforced. And so, in particular, I pulled this one out given the debate about this rule. And so again, if there is any clarity as to which one you guys would like to adopt, so that way we can do our meetings moving forward in that direction, that will be very helpful. I see the lights on from Councilor Denton, then Councilor Parton.
I guess my only problem is, we did discuss it last year, and we were bringing up all the rules. The city attorney at that time was spending a great deal of time with council in making changes to the rules. And it says here that This particular rule was approved by council 5/14/2019. That was a year ago. We discussed it, we went over it, so I'm at a loss why we're doing this again.
It wasn't adopted, was it?
Your rules show that it was approved, so it was adopted. That's,
I thought that was
that's
two
the same
different-
thing.
It was approved, but it wasn't,
You
Adopted.
didn't
The whole
adopt the whole
rules-
process, all of them. But
We're
we
not-
approved this rule.
So let me jump into point of clarity, and Ms. Robinson's probably, at the time, our city attorney told us, when we went rule by rule, that we would approve them, and then when we were finished, we would adopt them.
All of them.
And
That's
that would
right.
make it
That's
effect.
the word,
So when
yeah.
she's
We
saying
approved.
it was approved but not adopted, that is the issue at hand. Because technically speaking, once you approve something, it is therefore adopted. But half of council is operating off of that, the other half is operating off that, which makes it hard to enforce rules when some people are saying it's in effect, not in effect. So again, quite frankly, the only clarity needed is for everyone just to reaffirm which rule we're moving on with, so that way, moving forward, it's very clear that this is adopted, approved, in effect, and so that's, to your point, that is what you're shaking your head, but Mr. Kalo said it was approved, but
it was approved,
but not
we
adopted.
voted on it as a council
Right.
to approve that rule.
That's what I said.
And then after we finished all of those rules,
I didn't let her
then
speak,
it
I'm
would
saying that's
come
what I
back
said.
that all of them would be adopted.
That's what she said.
But this one has been approved.
You said exactly what I just said.
Okay.
We're on the same
You
page.
said exactly
just
what she
saying-
just said.
No,
Her point
but she
is
still has the floor,
different.
remember?
Her point is that we just did this a year ago, is the point she was trying to
Right,
get
and
to.
that is the point that she's making, but you making that point clearly shows that you don't understand what I just said in terms of what the issue is. We're saying the exact same process that occurred. It was approved, but not adopted. You just said that, and I just said that. Part of the problem is, you're saying since we approved this, it went into effect, correct?
You gonna make a motion?
Or not, because if that's the case, you're making her argument as well.
Oh.
But ultimately, the question is, which rule do people want to go by?
Point of order.
Which rule?
Which?
Point of order,
which-
please.
Go ahead.
I would like to ask the attorney about my point of order, please, ma'am.
What is your point of order, so I can
My
figure
point
out?
of order is Mrs. Denton was making a statement, and she didn't get to finish making her statement before she was interrupted. Let her finish making her statement about what she was trying to make her point on, and let us not interpret what her point was, me, you, or anyone else.
So is that point of order asking a question or trying to tell me what to do? So
I'm
just
not-
for clarity, if
I'm
you're going
asking you wanted to know what my point of order is. My point of order is asking if Counselor Denton can finish her particular piece that she was speaking on, period.
answer, period, is if you want people to not be interrupted, please don't interrupt them. I was asking for clarity.
Point of
So
order, that has nothing to do
we're
with what
moving
I
on.
just
So
asked. Would you
Counselor-
please address my point of
The
order?
answer is no. Counselor Denton, are you finished with the floor?
What did you say?
I'm just trying to get clarity about what you're trying to say, that's all.
I think it's very clear. And I think we all know who was on council
Right.
last year, that we were going through every one of these rules, and we spent a lot of time. There were a lot of questions, and we went through them. We even had them had Mr. Kalis go back, research it again, come back to us for more clarity. And then we, as a council, voted to approve that rule after much discussion.
Correct.
It was done. That rule, as far as I'm concerned, is done. We did it a year ago. Now we're looking at changing it because we haven't adopted all of the rules yet. But my point is, we have approved this rule, and I don't see why we're even discussing it anymore.
Thank you. That's what I needed clarity on, because that's the point I was making. Some people feel like because we approved it back then, that it was set in stone and that's it. And that's the interpretation that I have as well. But then there's another side that feels like, since the instructions given at the time was we would approve and then adopt as a whole, that it does not take effect. And that's what I'm trying to say. What you're saying is my recollection as well. I just need clarity on once and for all, just approving, are we moving forward with this as approved, and we're going to take that as it is adopted. That's all I'm trying to see clarity on. And what you just said is not the same as what Councilor Pelham just said, and we were all here at the same time. And that's what I'm trying to give as an example of where people who were present then have different understandings of what happened. My recollection is what you said. However, at the time, the city attorney did say we had to adopt them. However, now our new city attorney says once you approve it, it is adopted. So we're all saying the same thing. The only thing is, in terms of the rule, all I'm asking is if this is adopted, then we can move forward and we're not gonna make any changes. That's all I'm asking council. And the other part of this is, the reason why there is some additions to this is to make up for the other things throughout this year that has caused confusion. So if you are fine with the rule as written, that is fine. I just need clarity as if anyone wants to change it, they can recommend that we change it, or they can recommend that we leave it alone. And that's all I'm seeking is clarity as to what council wants to do, this new council, that's all. So Ms. Robinson, before we move on, can you please just clarify, since we approve this in the sense it is adopted?
Yes, in my opinion, there is no legal distinction between adopting and approving, and that is basically the state of the law relative to ordinances and other statutes. So unless there was something in your draft or in your legislation or rule that says it was to take effect at some future date, it is adopted upon your approval. Those terms are used synonymously, and I think most attorneys would agree with that.
Councilor Pelham, and then Councilor Parton, then Councilor Randolph.
So, question, so is that the same like, we approve different readings of ordinances, but it's not adopted until the second one? It has to be something that specific, right? Since it says, that's what you're talking about, it had to be something like that written.
You have your readings in your consent agenda.
Right.
I don't think that satisfies the statute, frankly. But it's, your charter says each ordinance has to go through readings before they're adopted, so you're not adopting them by reading. You're satisfying the charter language that just says they have to go through 2 readings. But again, I don't think by putting it on your consent agenda, in effect saying we've approved this, that you've actually satisfied the charter.
Well, with that, I would like to make a motion to adopt the bottom revision that you made, 2-9 discussion limitations, and substitute it to make it rule 2 or 3.
Don't we
If it
have
doesn't
this?
second, you can't discuss it, so.
I mean, but it's on the
Motion
agenda.
dies for lack of second.
It's at the bottom.
Councilor Denton, it's in the red on the screen, and it's at
It's
the
right here.
bottom of your page.
Here,
Look at the
Yeah, I
red
saw
section.
that. This is,
she's talking about this one.
I know which one you're talking about.
Nobody's
I
second.
know that.
Oh,
It's in an IR.
oh.
No, it's under city attorney. I think you're looking at the wrong section of the agenda. It's under city attorney.
Okay, get me, go ahead.
Let me know when you get to the page.
IR 15.
No, ma'am, it's under city attorney. It's under the city attorney section of the
But I'm
agenda.
She's saying that IR 15 and that are the
15,
same thing.
it's the
That's what
same
she's
thing.
saying.
No, it's
Right.
not the same thing. It shouldn't be. It's not what I put on the agenda. Oh, you mean like the vote for it? Correct, but it was supposed to be another spot in the agenda, but we can move on. We're under section of the city attorney right now.
Second my motion.
Of course, I'm gonna vote against it.
Vote against it is fine.
Motion fails for lack of second.
All right, so Counselor Parton has light on still.
I move that we approve and adopt the Rule 203 as approved by City Council on the 14th of May, 2019.
Second. Discussion. No lights. Roll call, please.
Counselor Parton.
Yes.
Mayor Gore.
Yes.
Counselor Denton.
Yes.
Counselor Pelham.
No.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Counselor Parton. We're gonna go to report to City Clerk. Do you have any updates that you would like to share with council about any boards or commissions or anything like that? Okay. I will say here, while we're on this section, council did discuss the appreciation dinner of our appointees. Council was supposed to send me their position on having that, and I have not received feedback from council, everyone as a whole. So, council, can you give me direction as to what you would like for me to do in terms of that? What was asked was that everyone would send me their information out, consolidate it, and send it back out to council for subsequent discussion. Do you want me to move forward with what I have to bring back to council?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, what do you have?
I mean, I
don't know.
I'm trying to be nice about it. I mean, pretty much it was questions about who attended, and I didn't really get feedback from people offline about which direction they wanted to go.
But I did send that out as to the
Can we just have a
RSVP
dinner like we
Right.
used to have? We used to just have a dinner at the Beacon and give out certificates. Is there anything wrong with that?
The board appreciation dinner. Am I calling it the wrong thing? I'm sorry.
No, you're right.
Okay.
A simple
I'm only
dinner.
saying, just my
Miss
update
Jenny can
is,
cook it.
my update is, I didn't receive feedback from a majority of council. And so I did not send out anything to council. So I'm asking, what is it that you want me to do with the information or lack of that I have on this particular topic? Does council want to set another deadline to give me the information, or do you want me to talk to the clerk to give options to council? What do you want me to do?
I have
Bless
my
you.
light on, please.
Go ahead. Counselor Randolph, I'm sorry, Counselor Randolph.
My understanding is that the city, for its volunteers, already has a luncheon that they do every year. So, isn't that correct?
We do a lunch for
the employees.
employees.
Just employees.
Employee
Right.
appreciation luncheon, yes.
Okay, so if we're going to do anything for outside, this is just gonna be for outside, not employees as well, correct or not correct?
Just city council appointees
Well,
to
Boards and
boards and commissions.
That's what I'm
And the
trying to
staff
ask for
liaisons.
clarity.
right, that's what I was,
Yeah.
the staff liaison.
It's the council appointees to boards and commissions and authorities and the staff liaisons.
Right.
And when we did this last year, we removed regional people from boards that we have regional participation on. For example, FOLAR. We did not invite everyone from FOLAR, just a hopeful representative.
Yes, that is correct.
Can I finish my time?
Yeah, I'm just
Ma'am?
answering the question.
My suggestion would be that we only do the volunteers, the staff liaison. While we appreciate that, I don't think we need to continually ask them. They get appreciated by the luncheon, so if we're gonna do something small for the volunteers, we've already talked and discussed that we don't wanna do any kind of a dinner again. So it would be something smaller than that, and I don't know that I'm ready to vote on this without more discussion by council, but that's where I stand. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilor Randolph. And if someone else has a light on, I apologize. I don't see any lights. And just for clarity, council did not discuss downsizing from a dinner. What was said was that council would give recommendations back as to what they would like to see. So we have one recommendation. My ask is again, for the rest of council, can you please let me know by whatever set date so I can consolidate those and give them back to you for discussion so the clerk will have clear guidance on how to proceed.
Did you get what I said? A dinner with certificates of appreciation.
Yeah, she said that in the back, okay.
Well, she said that just now.
Oh, to Brenda, okay. Counselor Denton.
I don't think this is quite the place to discuss it anyway. If council wants to discuss this further, I would say let the city clerk know, and let her get back to us if there's enough interest in this. I mean, you didn't get any response, right?
I just gave her mine.
No.
So are you
The,
asking
the
So
mayor.
that's what I'm,
You
are you
did-
asking me a
You
question?
did not get much response, right?
No, that's why, but I did not, but to be fair, there's been several deadlines of council as of late, and they have all been missed. And so this is just one of those other deadlines. And so I'm just publicly asking for guidance as to if people, 'cause it seems like everyone has an opinion now, if they would take those opinions and send them to me by a set date to give, so I can consolidate them, let everybody in the council know what the opinions are, and for the clerk to provide recommendations. So if people can just do it by Friday, we can move on.
I'm not good on dates, not deadlines right now.
It's not really appropriate.
There's too much going on at this point, and I cannot keep up with all these deadlines, I'm sorry. You can call it old age, you can call it what, but we have our hands full at the moment. And I can't meet all these deadlines that.
So how about
everybody
this?
wants to do.
We just let the clerk give us multiple options. Lunch, dinner, dinner with staff, dinner without staff, just different options. And we could talk about it at our next meeting. How about that? We don't even narrow it down. She can give us different options based
But I
on the
was
people's.
trying to-
Well, yeah, I mean, but I was making sure the council did their responsibility though, but that's fair.
Huh?
Is council okay with that?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Where are we getting the money?
I'd have to see the cost associated with each one of those as well.
Yeah,
So
estimated
if we're doing
costs.
lunch, what an estimated cost, et cetera.
Okay, so I'm doing, okay.
To bring to closed session.
Oh, to bring the closed session?
Yeah.
We
Okay,
talked
so
about
we're
it
adding
publicly
this
out
to
here,
closed
so I don't think we can
For
talk about
next-
it in closed
I
session.
wanna make sure it's clear.
We can't talk about this in closed session. We had a public conversation on
That
it,
is-
so
so,
you can
okay.
prepare a presentation.
Presentation
Yep.
for, okay.
Yeah, no secret.
Oh, God. Okay.
And estimates. Okay?
Estimates,
Yeah,
okay.
don't worry about stressing yourself out trying to get every detail, because council will decide which option we're gonna take.
Okay. To include awards such as, for example, the certificates mentioned by Councilor Pelham, to
Yes.
include that in the cost estimates?
Yes, the one thing that we did agree on was that we're not gonna give away any of those swag items for this particular event.
Does this mean I don't get my? I'm just kidding.
Go ahead.
Can I say one thing?
Yes, ma'am, go
I
ahead.
think when we discussed this before, I asked the question, how many volunteers actually came to the dinner?
Yeah.
And I never did get an
Because
answer.
I
So yes,
No.
ma'am, I did follow up with that, and
She asked me,
yep,
she
she
sent me
asked
the
you.
email and I sent the response.
to council.
All we maintained was a list of RSVPs. Now, we are aware that the people who said they were coming did not necessarily attend. But to be honest, I didn't walk around with a pad saying, hey, you RSVP, did you attend? Yeah, I didn't do that. So I don't have those
Give her
numbers.
the RSVP.
Okay, can you give me
No.
just a,
No,
I mean, whether it was 100 or 5?
I didn't count them. I tell you what.
The
I
RSVPs, can you just give her that?
You can look at the bill from last year, maybe to see how many, no, because we went
No,
by how many
because-
people RSVP'd.
Right, they fit how, the best that I can do is we have pictures. I can send you pictures.
Okay.
Well, Floyd can send you pictures and you can, cause that's all I got.
That's good.
Okay.
That would be good for you, Counselor Denton?
That's good.
Okay, and check your email, because she did send out the Excel sheet of who was invited and who
Yes.
RSVP'd.
Because I got comments, and I'm sure the rest of you did, and.
Can you
that's
send that
why-
out again, Ronnie?
Mhm.
Yes, ma'am.
She'll send it out again.
Yes, ma'am.
Counselor Collins?
Before we go on, is there any way we can amend the agenda to talk about hour 12 first? Because I think some people in the audience came just for that. Half of them have gone, or 99% of them have left. But can we at least
To
do
talk
that?
about what?
IR 12.
Hour 12, the Beacon Theater.
That's fine.
And I make a motion that we change the agenda to speak about hour 12 before the meeting ends.
In 8 minutes.
If it dies, it dies, but that's courteous. Let it die.
Motion fails for lack of second.
Council Parton?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Good night.
Try it, Peter.
Y'all are wrong. Y'all are so